Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Friday, the Friday Morning Good Time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us. We got some baseball coming up here in about 20 minutes. We're going to preview the Dodgers and the Yankees this weekend, Allen in L.A., and bringing Pat Boyle, host of the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. But coming up here shortly, we'll talk about the NFL and another Miami Dolphin who says he's ready to move on, and one NFL quarterback who says, man, this sucks. He's not happy right now. You know what? All right, here we go. Denton Day, our executive producer. It's the daily countdown. How many days away until football season?
We are 97 from the NFL, Jenks. So I got it wrong yesterday, which means we're way closer to college football. I think the official count is like 90.
Oh, my God. I just got a little bit turned on. That's incredible. Yes. I am so excited. It's happening. We had our football pod yesterday. The Commanders were like, hey, send us your passport in case you go to Madrid. I was like, what? That's probably not going to happen. Let me get home behind my microphone and computer or something. But the fact that these plans are being made, more NFL news is coming out. You know, we're in the third stage of OTAs. This summer's going to blow by. Now, it's not going to feel that way the day after the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. There's nothing going on. And we're like, oh, my God, it's the slowest day of the year. I'm going to shoot myself in the face right now. But it's going to pick up quick. Before you know it, we're going to be talking about training camp. I'm not saying football's here, but it's June this weekend. Like, it's coming.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Jenks, you would love this guy that I saw at the park yesterday. So I took Blake to the park to play at the playground, and there was this guy who was grilling out by himself, and he had this huge Bluetooth speaker that was playing a podcast or a radio show. Okay. And they were literally talking about the best college football coaching decisions of all time. Like, this was the topic. Oh, and I was like, what an odd thing to listen to on full blast by the playground. So like all these 5 to 10-year-old kids are listening to like them talk about like Nick Saban and all of these coaching decisions that he's made over the years. And I was like, wow, this guy would fit right in with the people at the Daily Tip, because clearly, it was May 29th and this guy's listening to like conversations about college football on a Bluetooth speaker for all to hear.
God, I love it. I love it. I'm so excited. You know what I want to do, and I keep saying I'm going to do this every year, is get one of those 500-page college football magazines, and I just want to sit by the pool and just read. I'm not going to read from start to finish. I'll probably, skip through Kent State or something like that. Be like, Akron, we'll get back to those guys later. But I just want to sit there and just read about college football. I just want to soak in the knowledge so I can throw out random stats and just bore people to death. And then I'll look up and I'll be like, ooh, I'm a little bit in the sun. Let me make sure I'm back in the shade. All right, let's move to the ACC. How does Clemson look this year? Clemson's going to be really good. I just cannot wait. Like, even now, thinking about college football Saturdays, I'm pumped. Don't we even have a decent week 0 schedule? I just want to soak it in with my pasty white skin, think about college football, and get ready for the season. I am so excited, even now. It's May 30th. It's ridiculous, but I can't wait.
I feel like the official start of like the college football season is when you start seeing the Phil Steele college football handbook, or Bible. What is it called? I don't know if it's a magazine. I don't know what it is, but you know what I'm talking about, where it previews every single team, I think, in college football.
Yeah. People ask me, who's your savior? And I say, it's Phil Steele. I got his Bible right in there. It's right here.
7 days until the Phil Steele magazine goes to press.
There we go.
Yes.
We got 7 days on
Can
the
I pre-order? Denton? Has to be.
Either pre-order, just set your notification alarm so the day it drops, just go to your local magazine shop, Barnes & Noble, whatever.
So smart. Can't wait. Can't wait. Bart Scott. Not a great impression, but that's who that was. So in the NFL, not college football, but look, regardless, football is coming. I'm telling you, going to be here before we know it. And now it's another Miami Dolphin who wants to leave. Jalen Ramsey, the Dolphins quarterback. And we heard this from Tyreek Hill throughout the postseason. He wants to leave, he doesn't. And I love how these guys just go on these Twitter rants or these X rants. So he and the Dolphins, Ramsey and the Dolphins agreed, we'll trade you before the NFL draft. The problem is that didn't happen. So, of course, Ramsey goes on X, posts a series of tweets saying a new chapter awaits. So does this mean he's leaving? Or does this mean he wants to leave? I think a lot of this has to do with the new league year, which starts June the 1st, because the Dolphins will save a lot of money if they trade him after that deadline or release him after that deadline. So I think that's probably what's going on here. I'm not sure, but I think the broader story, which is interesting, is that there's another player seemingly unhappy with the Dolphins. A couple years ago, the Dolphins were going to be that team that ready to take the next step, and now guys just don't want to be there.
Yeah, it feels like a team that kind of lacks leadership. And it didn't help over the offseason that they lost two of their most veteran players and guys who are cornerstones of this team, at least in the locker room. Calais Campbell, no longer with the Dolphins. Teron Armstead announced his retirement. He was, one of the key pieces on the offensive line. But again, these were veteran voices in the locker room. And when you have guys who are unhappy, you need veterans to keep the ship on course. So now I think that is the question. Does Miami have a leadership problem? Because again, like you said, it feels like the trajectory was on the way up, but after last season where they didn't make the playoffs, what were they, 8-9? And they had all these expectations with Tua in that offense. And now guys are unhappy. They're losing veterans. And especially it's tough when you play in the AFC East where you have teams like the Bills who are not going to be easy to beat, especially when you don't have leaders, or at least it doesn't look like on your team.
Yeah, you're right about that. Someone needs to step up and sort of take the reins there in Miami. Right now, the Dolphins are plus 550 to win the AFC East. If you want to bet on them to make the playoffs, yes is plus 155. No is minus 190. Elsewhere in the AFC, once again, the Trey Hendrickson saga continues. He is, quote, dug in over his contract negotiations between himself and the Bengals. This has been going on forever. So according to one league source, there are teams who initially were interested in Hendrickson. Nothing really materialized as far as a trade is concerned, but what needs to happen is this. Trey Hendrickson is 30. So according to one NFC executive, of course, everyone's anonymous, but the idea is, okay, we can get him to $30 million per year, which is where he wants to be, but we have to sort of mitigate that with the length of the contract because he's 30 years old. Like if he were 25, 26, this would not be an issue. It's the age versus production sort of balance there that NFL teams are trying to strike. But right now, I mean, this is at a standstill. He's really upset with how the Bengals have communicated or not communicated. The Bengals have said, you should be happy with kind of what you're getting paid right now. You're 30. But ultimately, I think they got to move him. I think they will move him, but some team is going to have to manipulate the contract in a way where they can get out of it if he ages out of the contract.
Yeah, this is a tough one because it's really bad when both sides start speaking publicly. Like you said, Bengals ownership has come out extremely tough on this stance and saying, yeah, we think he should be happy with what he's getting. So now you hear him speaking out to the media and saying how unhappy he is with the lack of communication. I think the difficult part is that he is extremely validated in asking for this type of money because he was one of the best pass rushers, in the NFL and a huge part of that defense. Like, what was the stat? He accounted for 48% of the team's total sack count. So when you have somebody who is this big of a force, you got to cash in, before you get older, because this is going to be his big payday that's going to last him, the rest of his life, because that's kind of the balance that you have to strike as a professional athlete. You have to strike while the iron's hot, and the iron is extremely hot for Trey Hendrickson, who's not even the highest paid, defensive, end in the league. So I understand where he's coming from, but also you look at the Bengals defense last year, and despite all of these great numbers from Trey Hendrickson, it was a terrible defense. Like, it was like a shockingly bad defense as a unit. So bad that Joe Burrow was putting up these MVP type numbers and they still couldn't win games. Like, they were giving up, it feels like 27 points per game, and they couldn't win unless they scored like 35 points a game. So I think that maybe they're saying, hey, not one player is not worth this. And it feels like that's definitely their stance because it feels like they keep saying that.
Yeah. I feel like they have to trade him. I don't see either side budging here, and it looks like Hendrickson is definitely going to hold out this time. Last year he was unhappy. He still played, proved himself again, so now I think he's kind of gotten to that point where it's, all right, now I've done enough. I'm not going to give in here. And the Bengals feel like that they're not budging either, so this is a situation not going anywhere. Right now, the Bengals, if you like them to win the Super Bowl, really good value at 20-1 when you have Joe Burrow as your quarterback. Bengals also 2-1 to win the AFC North. Let's stay in the North because now John Harbaugh, the Ravens head coach, speaking out about the release of Justin Tucker. He calls it complex, a complex decision. According to the head coach, quote, I mean, you're talking about arguably the best kicker in the history of the game. It's multi-layered. It's complicated. I think if you step back and you take a look at all the issues and all the ramifications, you can understand we've got to get our football team ready. We've got to have a kicker, and that was the move we decided to make. That's a lot of words and really not saying anything there. I think the issue is if you sort of break through that, if you covered the Ravens at all before these allegations, Justin Tucker was beloved in that locker room. He is the only remaining player from the last time they won a Super Bowl. And again, even in the stands, like I know they have Lamar Jackson, now Derrick Henry. You see Justin Tucker jerseys everywhere, beloved by the fans, beloved by the organization. So it's kind of like when you get to know someone, and all these allegations, we should say, are alleged, but there are a lot of them, and these stories are concerning. So if you have a personal relationship with someone, and then all of a sudden things come to light that you weren't aware of, you sort of struggle with that decision because of those personal ties. But ultimately, I think everyone agrees this shouldn't have been a complex decision, but I understand where they're coming from, but ultimately they had to make this move.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult line to balance for Coach Harbaugh because this is somebody who we probably had a close personal relationship as somebody who we spent, 13 seasons with? Because think of this, like imagine it's somebody who you knew really well and you spent 13 years working with somebody and you think they're this great person and you have it kind of made up in your heart that this is somebody who you know, you love, and you respect. So when you see all these allegations and accusations, like me, somebody who doesn't know him personally, I balk at this because I say, okay, how many girls are coming out with this? It feels like, usually where there's smoke, there's fire. So I think this is him trying to give respect to somebody who he had worked with for a long time. Because obviously you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but at the end of the day, I don't think it was that complicated. I think it was the allegations. Maybe his performance was struggling a little bit as well. Like he certainly wasn't in the prime of his career. He's not the Justin Tucker that we saw that was winning Super Bowls. But still, I think that they did cut him mostly because of this.
Yeah, so there's no question about it. It certainly helped that he struggled and had his worst season as a pro this past year. But ultimately, this was a decision that they had to make. I think it's the right call. But, when you look under the hood and you talk about that long-term relationship, I understand in their minds why this was a tough call to make, but ultimately the right one when you have this many allegations against you. Finally, before we leave, this is a question for you, or at least a topic for you. Will Levis, not thrilled about his situation in Tennessee, tells Main Street Nashville, quote, anyone who's ever been in my situation would agree that it sucks. I'm just trying to do the best I can and trying to get better every day. I mean, I agree because obviously the Titans drafted Cam Ward number 1 overall. At the same time, he had his shot.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like they stuck with him even longer than I think most people were hoping. And it's not that he just failed. He failed miserably in the worst possible times because turnovers aren't always the worst thing. Like sometimes this is just kind of what you get from rookie or young quarterbacks. But the timing in which we had these turnovers, like it was backbreaking. The first game of the season, it was a winnable game. And then like he throws these disastrous pick sixes that are so comical that he has been dubbed the meme king because some of these plays are just so god awful. So I think, some of that goes into it, but you're right. Like, where do you go from here? When you had like one of the worst seasons that people can think of for an NFL quarterback, I don't know how you keep yourself in the right headspace, but it sounds like he's absolutely trying.
someone needs to make the meme. Close-up face, Will Levis, frustrated look, and the quote, anyone who's ever been in my situation would agree that it sucks. You can use that all the time. Doesn't matter if you're getting a piece of mail from the IRS. Doesn't matter if you're late for a wedding. Doesn't matter if you got an unexpected plumbing bill. Anyone who's been in that situation can agree. It sucks. Please make that. Here's what doesn't suck. A rematch of last year's World Series out in L.A. We're going to bring in Pat Boyle from the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network to preview it for us. He is coming up next on the Daily Tip on BetMGM Sports Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up very shortly, Yankees, Dodgers all over again. This is why I'm getting old. Because when I realized that there was a series this weekend, I thought to myself, well, this is going to be a treat. And I was like, oh, God, a real treat. But you know what? It is. Like, as far as early season series goes, this is going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah, because both these teams are good, because that's what you always want from a rivalry, is both teams to be, like, at the top of their game. And also in game one of the series, we had a really good pitching matchup, too. I was just looking up some stats on Max Fried. Because I was thinking to myself, there was a game he was bad against the Dodgers, and I had to search and find it because, StatMuse or whatever didn't want to give it to me, but I think it was back in 2021. Mostly he's been really good against the Dodgers because remember all those games he pitched for the Braves, in the National League, you face the Dodgers a lot if you're in the postseason. So he's been really good against the Dodgers. I know the Dodgers have Tony Gonsolin in this one, but still, that Dodgers lineup is pretty damn good because we've seen it in some of these postseasons. It hasn't seemed to matter who some of their starters are. Their lineup is just so good. So I'm excited to see this one tonight.
I am too. So let's talk about that with Pat Boyle. He is host of the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. Find him on X at PBoyle, or Pat Boyle, I should say, 44. Pat, good morning to you. Thanks for waking up with us. And I know it's early in the year, but do the Yankees need this series more than the Dodgers based on last year in the World Series?
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to hop on with you. I mean, look, baseball is a 162-game season, right? So, sports talk hosts like ourselves, people on TV, the people on the broadcast, of course they're going to say, oh, this is a big series for the Yankees. They need to, exercise the demons from last year in the World Series, where you had Joe Kelly trashing the Yankees for playing Yankee ball, and they were pathetic in that Game 5 meltdown. But I mean, it's 3 games. It's 3 baseball games. There is so much that could change from now until a potential World Series rematch at the end of October. I mean, look, the Yankees don't need these games. But obviously you want to play well in Los Angeles, and, you want to see how you stack up against the team that beat you last year in the World Series. Do they need them? No. Is it going to be a good, exciting, competitive series that the Yankees would want to win 2 out of 3, if not sweep? Of course.
Yeah, it's still very early in the season, but I do think some of these games are helpful because it almost feels like a dress rehearsal. And some of these matchups matter for, pitcher versus batter, and vice versa. Let me ask you the thermometer on how Yankees fans are feeling. Because we know with Garrett Cole being out, like that's been, a month or 2 from now. But still, for a very good team, I feel like I don't hear that much from Yankees fans. But I'm not in New York City. How are people feeling about this year's team?
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't hear a lot about the Yankees. That's all. It's Yankees are 35-20, and there's still 17 different things to complain about right now. That's New York, and that's the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the team feels really great about them. I think right now, you ask any Yankee fan how they feel about their team, and the first thing they'll probably tell you is, well, we won. Juan Soto is playing pathetically right now, about as bad as you can, and Paul Goldschmidt's having one of the seasons of his career. Devin Williams may stink right now, and he was supposed to be the closer. He got relegated out of that role real quick, but for the most part, the Yankees' pivot plan from Juan Soto has been great. So Yankees fans will tell you how bad Juan Soto is right now and how great the Yankees have been without him. And that's the most important thing. But that's the truth. The Yankees pitching staff has been unbelievable. Max Fried, who you guys mentioned, who we're going to see tonight, he's the Cy Young Award winner right now in the American League, in my opinion. And I know Tarek Skubal still has a pulse, and he's been phenomenal. He's the reigning Cy Young Award winner. Max Fried has been dominant. This Yankees pitching staff has been dominant. You mentioned Garrett Cole out for the year. Luis Gil, who was the Rookie of the Year last year, hasn't even pitched yet, and his pitching staff has still continued to basically give them 5-6 quality innings every single time they're out there. And this lineup anchored by Aaron Judge, who's been the second coming of Babe Ruth this year. the Yankees haven't really skipped a beat. There was a lot of people that thought, without Juan Soto, this Yankees lineup's not going to be able to do anything. They are just fine. But there are plenty of things to complain about still if you are a Yankees fan. Concerns about the bullpen, concerns about the back end of that lineup. But, to be 35-20 right now, they've got the best run differential in baseball. They've done just fine.
We're talking with Pat Boyle. He is host of the Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. So, Pat, let me play devil's advocate here for a second since you mentioned it. If there's the one thing that concerns you about the Yankees, what would it be?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I could say the bullpen because Devin Williams, who they brought in here to be their closer, got relegated out of the role, before your head could spin. But I think it's going to be the depth of that lineup. And I think that was the problem for them last year against the Dodgers in the World Series. It was a problem for a lot of the season. If Aaron Judge and Juan Soto weren't hitting, this Yankees lineup looked very average at best. Now, again, no Juan Soto. Aaron Judge is having the best season of his career, and that is mind-blowing to say that, considering some of the seasons he's had. But he's literally hitting .391. He is top 3 in baseball in home runs, same thing in RBIs. But like I said, they picked up Goldschmidt in free agency. He's hitting. He's on a tear. He has been on a tear. Anthony Volpe, who has been inconsistent as their shortstop for the most part, is having a very solid season at the plate. So is Cody Bellinger. So is their young first baseman Ben Rice. But how sustainable is that? Especially those younger guys, those more the unproven guys like Ben Rice, like Anthony Volpe. Their catcher Austin Wells, who was hitting in the middle of that lineup for most of last season. He's been very streaky so far. And they've also got another young star in that lineup that they're hoping continues to get better and better in Jason Dominguez. But, again, he has been very inconsistent as well. When you look at his numbers, Trent Grisham has been one of the best hitters. Again, how sustainable is Trent Grisham hitting like he's an all-star? I'm not sure. So I think it's the depth of that lineup, especially once we get to October and the Yankees have to face some of the best pitching staffs in baseball, which is normally where they have struggled in years past. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, because it's definitely different to put up great numbers during the regular season and do it in the postseason. So they'll need that timely hitting. And again, like you mentioned, that's been kind of the problem for the Yankees. It almost feels similar to me to the New York Knicks, where it feels like it's extremely top heavy, where you have these key contributors like Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. But further down the list, it just doesn't feel like the depth is necessarily there. But that feels like a very negative framing for a Knicks win last night. So do you agree with the crowd chants last night? Do you believe it is Knicks in 7?
Well, funny enough, last time you guys had me on, my dumb ass told you that they didn't have a prayer against the Boston Celtics, and we saw how that played out. So, yeah, of course I believe the Knicks are going to win this in 7. And I think last night, which, yes, Chelsea, a very negative way of framing a season-saving win where they won by 17.
Right.
I think they laid out listen how to win this series. And that is, normally we talk about speed and tempo of the game being such a key factor in college basketball, and yet the tempo of these games is the most important thing in the series. The Pacers, when they play fast, they turn it into a track meet. They're at their best. And when the Knicks have tried to keep up with them, they have gotten beaten. And they have gotten beaten even though it feels like it's the very thin margins. It feels like the Pacers controlled Game 2 from start to finish. They controlled Game 4 from start to finish, despite it not being a big win. When the Knicks slowed them down like they did last night, they didn't let the Pacers get out in transition and get on those fast breaks. They limited the turnovers. They still need to limit the turnovers more, but they played their best defensive game. And Tom Thibodeau, who gets a lot of criticism, rightfully so, he has finally, I think, found something that has worked in 2 of these last 3 games, which have been Knicks wins. And that is playing your bench. Not because you're expecting guys like Landry Shamet and DeLon Wright to score 10 different points. No, it's because you need to unleash those guys like they're hounds on raw meat to give you 100% energy on defense. And also, just to spread some fouls around. Because if I see Karl Anthony Towns pick up another dumb foul, I'm going to lose my mind. Him, Jalen Brunson, when he got into foul trouble in a couple of games this series, when you're able to play physical and force Indiana to do a lot of their damage from the free throw line, that takes them out of their rhythm. And the Knicks perfectly took them out of their rhythm. They defended Tyrese Halliburton perfectly last night. He was a total dud after a historic game. I could have told you that was coming. But they're going to have their hands full tomorrow night. The Pacers are not going to play nearly as poorly as they did, but I also expect the Knicks to rise to the occasion, rise to the challenge. They're 6-2 on the road this year in the postseason. They can absolutely win tomorrow night. And then once they do that, they're winning Game 7 on Monday.
Pat, we just got a minute and a half here, but I love asking Knicks fans, and this has become a thing, about Karl Anthony Towns. Just what is your quick take on him?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the most special love-hate relationship I've ever had. He's like my girlfriend from high school. I'll put it that way, and how I love and hate him at the same time. He was phenomenal last night. I mean, knee injury, he put his body on the line. He had such a great first half. He picked up 13 boards. He's banging down low. He's aggressive. But then, again, stupid fouls where he's getting himself into foul trouble. Games in the past where he doesn't be aggressive in the first half. I hope I get the same Karl Anthony Towns tomorrow night that I got last night, and the Knicks will definitely win the game if that's the case.
You got to check him out. He is Pat Boyle, host of the Pat Boyle Show on Infinity Sports Network. Follow him on X at PatBoyle44. Pat, always great stuff from you. Thanks for waking up with us, and good luck to your love-hate relationship with Kat and the Knicks.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. I mean, I sort of feel like he just encapsulates how all Knicks fans feel when they talk about Kat. Like, one minute you're like, yes, and the next minute you're like, I don't know what this is.
Well, according to the people on TikTok, as opposed to yes, it's yes. And It has like the nail emoji. Like, I don't know if you've been down the rabbit hole of like some of his zestiest moments, but like, what a wild thing for an NBA player. But you're right. Like, he's right. It was such a gutsy performance last night that you can't knock him.
No question about it. We'll continue talking about basketball and the handshake herd round hockey. All that and more coming up in hour 2. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Happy Friday. It is Friday, May 30th here on the show. And over the next hour, we will touch them all. We'll cover all the bases when it comes to sports and sports betting. We'll start with the latest drama in hockey. And as you guys know, I'm not a huge hockey person, but this drama had even me enthralled. We'll have to talk about it. It feels bizarre to me, but maybe some other people can set me straight on it. All right, at 7:20, it's time for some baseball. We'll give you our picks on today's slate, and no more of this nonsense of a 5-game slate that we had yesterday. What a disaster, MLB. What are we doing? We need at least 10 games for Chelsea to be happy when it comes to baseball. And then at 7:40, it's time for the show parlay. We've come very close to hitting one of these. Maybe this is the week we finally do it. So, Jenks, I was just thinking on how to bet some of these games, and I like some games, but the numbers just keep going up. So in that case, it's usually time to parlay it with other things. Mm-hmm. Can I ask for a little sneak peek of the best bets? Do you have any parlays for us? It's been a while since you've done one of those like degenerate parlays where you do like, you know, the Indiana Fever and somebody in the French Open and maybe a soccer play. Because honestly, I don't even know if soccer is going on right now. Do we have one of those on the horizon?
I don't, unfortunately. I mean, those are always fun to do. The problem is that, especially when you delve into sports that I don't know a lot about, then I have to end up doing research, which I sort of do anyway. Like when I do research, I would rather listen to someone who knows more than I do and be like, that's interesting, or that's interesting. That's an interesting point. It's almost like I need to be sold. I have my own opinions, but I want to hear what you have to say. And if you can sell me on that, then I feel like maybe you have more knowledge, or you probably do have more knowledge than I do. So I'll go with that. So I always take the experts and what they're thinking into account, especially when it comes to things like soccer, tennis, things that I don't follow on a regular basis. Although I will say, Jake, who's in for Double D today, he has decided that he's going to bet Tommy Paul. He's an American, obviously. Tommy Paul sounds like a freaking American clothing brand. I wear Tommy Paul. Anyway, he's taking on a Russian today, and you can get plus money on Tommy Paul. So we'll be following that throughout the show.
Is he related to Jake Paul? And who's the other one?
Oh,
Tom
God,
Paul?
I hope not.
I don't.
Can't be.
Who's the other Paul brother?
Logan Paul, the
Logan?
WWE superstar Logan Paul.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Do you think, like, it's wild to me that they have infiltrated, you know, the fighting world? Because some of that is subjective and a lot of it is based on like viewership. Like if you can draw eyeballs, obviously you get a leg up. But I tend to wonder if they'd ever excel in any sport that's like not extremely subjective. Because like here's the thing, in like track and field and like swimming, it's very based on like, hey, what's your time? It doesn't matter how marketable you are. Yeah. So it does, it feels very logical. They are competing in a sport that has judges and something that's based on like how many clicks you can get.
Oh, absolutely. I'm out on anything that Logan or who's the boxer? Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Whatever he has coming up. Like it's pretty clear now. I thought before he was on a path to an actual legitimate boxing career. Early on, I thought, all right, you're taking on some guys you can clearly beat. And now it's just one ridiculous show after the other where you clearly don't care about taking on an actual boxer. You'll take on a name, a Mike Tyson, someone who used to be a UFC fighter, someone who's past his prime. But now this is just the big grift is all this is. So I'm out on all that.
Yeah, I was laughing at Dylan in the chat saying Chris Paul. Remember that commercial where it was Chris and Cliff Paul? They don't run that one anymore. Chris Paul is not really, in the front of our minds when it comes to sports celebrities anymore, except for when people use that meme of like Chris Paul knocks down a 3 to cut down the deficit to 62 points or something. That's a fun one to use in the sports world. All right, so speaking of the sports world, Jenks, I saw this and I wanted to ask you guys' opinion because I don't know that much about hockey and I certainly don't know the nuances of it. But I saw this drama yesterday, and I love some good drama. So apparently there was a bit of a scuttlebutt about the handshake line in one of these hockey games. So it was between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. And after the game in which the Hurricanes were eliminated, the coach of the Panthers, Paul Maurice, was having this intense discussion with Rod Brindamore, the coach of the Hurricanes. And I was like, I wonder what that's about. And then I saw it on Twitter. People were talking about this. Paul Maurice said after the game, he doesn't think the coaches should be in the handshake line after games. I think we have some sound from that. Let's play it now.
I don't believe that the coaches should shake players' hands at the end. There's this long list of people in suits and tracksuits. I mean, we had like 400 people on the ice. They're all really important to our group, but not one of them was in the game. There's something for me visually with the camera on of just the men who played, who blocked shots, who fought for each other. It's the end of one season. It's excitement for the other. The last thing that a player on the Carolina Hurricanes deserves is 50 more guys in suits they have. They have no idea who they are, and that's not a negative. There should be something really kind of beautiful about just the camera on those men who played shaking hands, and we should respect that.
Yeah, so to provide further context to this entire quote was like 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. Like, as a casual fan of the sport, I thought to myself, this is like when you go to a grocery store and they're like, did you find everything okay? And if you gave them a 2 minute and 14-second long answer, like, it just feels like a weird hill to die on. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but this feels like a very bizarre thing to be like talking about and fighting for when we're in the depths of the NFL or the NHL playoffs. Am I wrong here? Is this like an integral part of the game?
I mean, hockey, like any other sport, has its own traditions. But
Right.
ultimately, I think this is one of those things that sounds great. Like in theory, I'm a big in theory versus in practice. Like in theory, of course, you look out onto the ice and these men had a battle. And now they're showing the ultimate respect and sportsmanship. But that's just a very short-sighted view. Like when you say something like, oh, these hockey guys just got finished playing a game. They don't know these guys they're shaking hands with, these guys in tracksuits. It's like, no, they don't know them personally. But guess what? They understand that it takes an entire organization like these guys to win a title in any sport. Like, especially when it's the end of the season for one of those teams. Like, yes, we focus on the people on the ice, the people on the court, the people on the football field. But it takes trainers, it takes coaches, it takes people doing the dirty work behind the scenes to get those players ready. It takes coaches who you don't know, I don't know, that the players don't know, who are coaching for someone else to coach up another team. So to me, when you have everyone after a long battle on the ice, especially, again, at the end of the season for one of those teams, acknowledging one another and acknowledging that it takes an actual group of people to make all this happen. That's the way it should be. I understand what he's trying to say, but ultimately, I think this is a very obtuse way of looking at it.
It also just felt like a weird time to bring it up, right? Like immediately after the game. I don't know if he's been lobbying for this because obviously I don't follow hockey as much, but it just, again, it feels like a weird thing to dwell on when you're in the postseason. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I don't know why this is such a big deal. And I just don't understand why he gave so much airtime to it. So maybe this is going to be a thing moving forward. But, like, it's a handshake. Like, nobody's asking them to, like, spend 30 minutes with them after the game. It's the end of the series, too. Maybe some of these staffers want to wish the other team good luck. Like, maybe it's guys that know each other from previous stops. I don't know. But did this feel as strange to you as it does to me? Like, am I missing something?
No, at first I was like, I thought I was missing something too. And I follow the sport of hockey. I would never say I'm some sort of hockey expert, but I thought, is this some sort of thing that is a thing in hockey. Sometimes I feel this way about baseball, right? There are these unwritten rules, and you hear about it, you're like, whoa, I didn't know this was an issue, or this was something that people talked about or knew inherently growing up playing the sport. And I thought, maybe I'm out of the loop here. And then I realized, no, I'm not out of the loop. This is just something very specific to Paul Maurice. Like, this is how he believes it should be done based on his particular viewpoint. So when it comes to hockey as a whole, like, the way he explained it is sort of beautiful, right? Like, I understand where he's coming from. I just don't think in practice it's something that shows respect to everyone involved, which is really the way it should be. Like, the way he phrases it is very eloquent and flowery, like, yeah, it's about those guys on the ice battling. But you can honor that and still respect everyone else who are partially or fully responsible for getting those guys on the ice in the first place, and honoring the organization or the guys that, again, do the dirty work. But I think I saw some people saying, he's not wrong about this. I'm like, he's not. But also he's leaving out the other part of the story. It's like you're focusing on one part and romanticizing it, but you're leaving out another very important part. And on the whole, I think this is just very specific to him.
Yeah, because I hadn't even heard of it before. And I had this question, because a lot of times I don't watch I don't know if it's because the camera doesn't show it. How many sports still actually have a handshake line? Like, obviously, this is something that's alive and well in youth sports, but I know in football there's, like, too many guys. Do they do this in basketball? Like, do they do it in college sports? Like, I feel stupid for not knowing this.
They do in college basketball generally.
Right.
They'll kind of cross in front of the scores table. It's less prevalent in the NBA, although sometimes it will be at the end of series. Or if, like, you're LeBron, he makes a big show of it when he gets eliminated during the game and he daps up everybody. But it's less prevalent. Like, hockey is like a thing.
But it's not a line, right? And in the NBA?
No, it's kind of more like a cluster.
In the NBA,
right, it's
isn't
individuals.
Tyrese Halliburton's dad coming out and getting in your face right at the end?
Tyrese Halliburton's dad's going to suplex you, and then you can shake his hand.
Right.
But it's usually like a cluster of everybody coming together, and then if someone doesn't want to, they'll, like, walk off. But in hockey, I think it's the only sport where it's still usually a line, because the NFL is like the coaches and the quarterbacks.
Too many guys.
Guys are just dapping each other up and switching jerseys and stuff like that.
Right, all that sort of helmet pats and keep it moving.
Well, they also have, like, 60 guys, 50-something guys on the roster? Like, so, like, it would just take a long time.
Right.
It's, like, too many guys. I think I've watched so many baseball games, I should know this. But I think in baseball, it's just the team that does the handshake line to themselves. Like, they go around and just, hit each other's hands. I could be wrong there, but that's a weird thing that I don't know, that, like, I should know. It's like one of those things where I watch so many sports, but again, the camera doesn't show it if you're watching a game on TV.
I feel like for baseball, as soon as, like, if it's a playoff series, right, as soon as it ends, the winning team immediately starts celebrating, and then because you're already in the dugout, which is connected right to the locker room, that they just leave. Whereas at least with the other sports, you have to go a far distance. They can just go right back through the stairs and then they're gone.
So let me ask a question. Do you think we should have handshake lines in every single sport? Like, I think we've thrown football out of the mix because there's just too many guys. But do you think this is like a sign of sportsmanship that we should show? Because sometimes I feel like, okay, they're professionals. Like, who cares? They don't have to shake hands. And especially after COVID, we know Rudy Gobert would be first in line to do this. But I don't know. Like, I know it's really important in youth sports because, again, the sportsmanship. Jinx, do you think we should have this?
No, I think it's important in youth sports. I think it's important that kids learn to win and to lose with respect. Like, that's a thing that gets lost, I feel like. I don't want to go down that road. But ultimately, sometimes you have to learn you lose. That's the way it goes, And you accept with that, you deal with that, and you move forward. And also, when you lose, you have to show respect to the team that won. And then vice versa. If you won, okay, win with class. So I think that's something that it's important to reinforce early on. But then later on, I don't necessarily think you need to have teams line up. And also from a practical perspective, like in the NFL with so much media, coaches, players on the field, it wouldn't work to have guys suddenly just line up and meet at like the 50-yard line or something, because it's kind of chaos even during a regular season, even during a preseason game. So I think it's fine just to have this specific to a particular sport. Important when you're young, but when it's older or when you're older, I think it's fine.
Yeah, even though I feel like we always say that you want the higher levels to be setting the example for the younger stages. So like maybe it would be good for like the kids to see that, because for me it's about turning the switch on and off. It's saying, hey, the switch is on during the game, but as soon as that clock ends, the switch is turned off and we can be friends and we can be civil. So I don't think it's something that we'll see in the future, but maybe we will when it comes to hockey. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. Our favorite plays on today's slate, including a big matchup between the Dodgers and the Yankees. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, welcome back on a Friday, which means we have a full slate of baseball to bet on here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. So we have some good games, including the Dodgers and the Yankees. And I understand it's May 30th, but it's always fun when you get a rematch of the World Series and some great pitchers going head to head. And speaking of great pitchers, this is something you love to see as a baseball fan and somebody who, I will say myself, I like seeing these old school mentalities from some of these newer type pitchers. Because listen, it used to be in baseball, you'd see guys routinely go 6 and 7 innings and even, up to complete games. But then we saw this regression back to these guys wanting to throw 100 every single pitch. And we've seen starters go shorter and shorter to now it feels like the mean is guys going 5 innings. So when you see a quote like this from Tariq Skubal, where he wants to be, make it a fight to have him taken out of the game, this is something that I like seeing because you like to see the competitive fire and you like to see somebody who really wants to put his team on his back. So here's the quote from Tariq Skubal, somebody who's won a Cy Young and I think now is trying to make the big step from young guy to dedicated veteran for a good Tigers team. So I said this, the game's changed a little bit because these guys that come in are the best they've ever been. But my goal is to make it as difficult as possible as I can on AJ to take me out of the game. I want him thinking a lot about it. I don't want it to be an easy decision. And Jenks, I know that you watched Max Scherzer for a long time when he played for the Nationals. This feels like something he would say because think about his face when the manager comes and tries to take him out of the game. He's like, oh, hell no, I'm staying in this game. This is something I like seeing.
Oh, Mad Max, the best. I mean, he's still beloved here in D.C. In fact, Denton has a picture of Max's face on the back of his computer. There's Mad Max right there. Can you see that? Look at that. Oh, yeah. Got the husky eyes. There he is. Oh, man.
Does he have on glasses?
Awesome.
He has on celebratory beer goggles.
But you can still see his eyes. I was going to say, don't take out his most distinguishing quality. It's the best thing about Max Scherzer, his eyes.
Yeah. He was an awesome competitor. I mean, didn't Max get tossed out of the game because he was arguing from the dugout, wasn't even playing that day? He was awesome. Tariq Skubal has that sort of same mentality. No one's going to be Mad Max. I mean, he's Mad Max for a reason. But I love when I see this from pitchers, and I'm old enough to remember that pitchers went late in the games on a regular basis when I was growing up. They didn't take you out after 5 1/3 or 5 2/3. It was, no. This guy's going to try and go the whole game on a regular basis. And I understand now the guys throw at a much more increased velocity, so you have to be careful about that. But there is a part of me that sort of misses, guys going deep into games. Now going deep into game or two might be, hey, he went 7 or 8 innings. But trying to complete a game and doing so every single time you are on the mound getting a start is kind of a lost art. So I kind of love to see someone who is one of the best pitchers in the game wanting to do that and wanting to play a complete game whenever he can.
Yeah, I think you love to see the competitive fire, but on the same hand, if your team's biggest goal is to win a World Series, sometimes you do have to manage the workload of your pitcher because you don't want him, throwing 8 or 9 innings every single start and throwing over 100 pitches, and then you get to the postseason and he runs out of gas, or even worse, he gets hurt. So I understand that there is a balance there, but you like to hear him say it because that's the thing. Maybe he doesn't have complete control over this, but he also has a bigger impact on the game if he stays in the game longer because he is so dominant this year, 5-2 with a 2.49 ERA, and even more impressive, 92 strikeouts in just 68 innings of work. So we know he has excellent stuff. And now it sounds like he has the headspace to match it. So something you love to see of somebody who has a veteran personality and willing to take that leadership role of a relatively young team in the Tigers. So I will be rooting for Tariq Skubal and the Tigers. And it's very easy because it's a fun team to watch. Right now, if you believe in the Tigers, they're 9-1 to win the World Series. Skubal's the favorite to win the Cy Young. And then the American League, And you could also bet on him to win the MVP. Not sure if that's a great bet, but it's also plus 15,000. So maybe not something you'd be betting on, but something fun to think about. All right, Jenks, let's turn our attention to the slate today because we have a big, beautiful card with plenty of games to play. So let's go to the Red Sox and the Braves because this was my first impression, Rose. I was looking at the games on MLB.com before I looked at the prices, and this is the one that stood out to me, but the price is not so nice. So other places, it's minus 166. Over at MGM, Atlanta is minus 185. So now I'm thinking I can't even bet this one, but let's talk about it anyway. So Braves big favorites at home, total of 9.5. Grant Holmes has been incredible for the Braves as of late, 3-3 with a 3.68 ERA, facing Lucas Giolito, 1-1 with a 5.27 ERA. So let me ask you, Jenks, did this one stand out to you? And is there a way to play this, or is it just too steep of a price on Atlanta at home?
Yeah, I think that's the way it is for me. I mean, ultimately, I don't want to say the Red Sox are a live dog here, but the Red Sox are certainly good enough with their lineup to win this game, even though Lucas Giolito has struggled this season. So when I saw this price, and yeah, if you want to shop around and you really like the Braves, definitely shop around. But when you're inching closer to minus 200 against the Red Sox, I feel like that's just too expensive for me.
Yeah, or you could play the Braves in the first 5. It's minus 150. Even though I would like the bullpen to be included. Not sure how much I trust the Red Sox bullpen. They've been all right. But Lucas Giolito is one of those pitchers that it feels like he has such a wide array of outcomes. It's similar to like when Lance Lynn used to pitch. I don't even know if he's still in the big leagues anymore. But some days he'll be incredible and he'll strike out 8 batters because Lucas Giolito has that as well. You see that in his strikeout prop. He is a strikeout guy, but sometimes he gives up a lot of hard contact. So I would lean towards the Braves there, but one of those that I will, kiss goodbye and wave as it, sails into the sunset because of the price. All right, so how about we talk about the game of the night? It's going to be the Yankees and the Dodgers. The Yankees short favorites on the road here, minus 135 behind their ace and Max Fried, who is perfect on the season. I believe he is a perfect 6-0 this year. Tony Gonsolin gets the start for the Dodgers. But, Jenks, I think you have a bit of a different spin on this.
I do. It's not me, but we gotta get a take from the sports basement on this.
It's the sports basement.
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now! Yeah!
All right. Okay. Welcome to the sports basement. Hey, guys, it's a Friday. Happy Friday. You know what that means. You can get 50-cent tenders from Tony's Chicken Shack from 6 to 8. But honestly, make sure that Brandon is not working the deep fryer. I'm telling you, he always undercooks those things. Todd, you know I'm right. You know I'm right about this. All right, it's appropriate we're talking about tenders because Max Fried is on the mound tonight for the Yankees. All right. Don't at me. I know it's free, but some of you guys out there love puns, and I was really close to nailing that one. It's like that one time I went dove hunting, but I shot a scissor tail instead. Similar birds, but not the same. Not the same. Anyway, I just like the Dodgers here in the prize, so let's go LA on the money line and get those tendies.
Get those tendies. Love that saying, because I do love tendies. I love the chicken critters at Texas Roadhouse, even though they don't call them tendies and you sound like an idiot when you say chicken critters, please. But more seriously, when we talk about this game, because it is a big one, at least as big as it can get for May 30th, Max Fried has been so good this year, having a career year and somebody who's used to pitching in really big games. And I fail to even say that this is a big game because, again, we're in the middle of the season. But somebody who's pitched against the Dodgers plenty of times in the postseason, and he's relatively had mostly success. I was digging for the one start that was bad, and I finally found it. I think it was in the year 2021. But other than that, it's been nothing but quality starts for Max Fried against the Dodgers. And even looking at some of these splits, most of the big hitters for the Dodgers don't have good numbers against Max Fried. Mookie Betts is hitting 56 and 18 at bats. Freddie Freeman hitting 154. But I will say, we know who's going to have good splits about just about everybody. It is Ohtani. Ohtani hitting 605 at bats with a home run off of Max Fried. So I think the Yankees do have the upper hand here. but I think I trust the Dodgers lineup like a little bit more than I do the Yankees lineup. Paul Goldschmidt is having a great season. Also has pretty good splits against Tony Gonsolin, should be noted as well. So I don't know if I have a side here, but I will be watching. And we'll see if Max Fried can stay unscathed, a perfect 7-0. I didn't give him credit for that last win. So what a season he is having. But I'm not sure if I'm going to have like big implications from this series, but maybe a fun one to watch because obviously it is a World Series rematch. All right, Jenks, speaking of hot trends, the Rangers have been the hottest team to the under when playing at home this year, a blistering 24-6 this year. And the Rangers are playing at home tonight. So is this a trend that's worth following? Or do you say, hey, buyer beware, eventually all trends come to an end? So maybe this is one you leave on the table. Because today it's Matthew Liberatore, Jack Leiter going for Texas. It's the Rangers and the Cardinals, a total of 9 runs.
Yeah, I think I would go with the under. I mean, this is a pretty high. I think just based on the total alone, like Jack Leiter has been much better. He got roughed up a little bit earlier this season, and I feel like his ERA is a touch inflated based on that. As we always say, ERAs don't necessarily tell a story. Sometimes you can see a guy who has a really good ERA, but he hasn't been pitching well recently, and then vice versa. But Jack Leiter has settled down, and those Rangers bats, they fool you with the names in the lineup, but they don't generally produce runs. At least they haven't this season. So when you get a number like this, I would definitely follow the trends, go to the under.
Yeah, especially because it's 9. It would be one thing if we had a lower total in this one, but Matthew Liberatore has been good as well. And plus, he faces a light-hitting Rangers lineup. Like, it's not a Rangers team that's put up the offensive numbers that I think people had expected from them this season. And back to Jack Leiter, he has a quality start in 2 of his last 3. So it feels like the young guy is kind of settling in there. He did have a couple rough ones, like you mentioned, at the first of the year, but that was against some of the better offenses. Like, he did give up 6 earned runs against the Mariners, but statistically speaking, the Mariners are one of the better offenses in all of Major League Baseball. So I think I'm going to play that. That's probably going to be one of my best bets. I will go under 9 between the Rangers and the Cardinals. Cardinals got me some plus money earlier in the week. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there any game we haven't mentioned that you want to touch on?
I'm definitely going to take the Tigers on the money line, taking on the Royals today in Kansas City. Right now at BetMGM, you can get Detroit at -120. I shopped around. I got it at -118. Every single cent counts. You've got a great pitching matchup, so I like the under as well. Total set at 8. But you got Casey Mize going for the Tigers and Seth Lugo going for the Royals. Casey Mize has been awesome for Detroit this season. 1 run or less in 5 of his last 7 starts. And Seth Lugo has been great for Kansas City, 3-4, 3.02 ERA. So when you have 2 very good pitchers, what is the one thing that is the big differentiator here? It's the lineups. And the Tigers have a massive advantage, top 10 in both OPS and slugging. I just feel like when you get a team this good, and the Tigers are really good at this price, you almost have to take it. So I'm going to be on Detroit.
Yeah, this is one where the under stood out to me because it hurts my heart a little bit to fade Seth Lugo. He has been so good to the show, I feel like, over the past few years, and he's having a good season. Maybe the win-loss record doesn't reflect it, but a 3.02 ERA. But you're right. Only one of these teams has one of the best offenses in baseball, and that would be the Detroit Tigers. And I also feel like that might be the sabotage factor if you do take the under. But if we're talking about hot under teams, Kansas City is one of them. 36-20-1 to the under this season. At home, not quite as dominant, but still an under team. 18-11 to the under. So I think either way you slice it on that one, smart bets there, whether it's the Tigers or maybe the under there. All right, so let's see some other games. Some teams that we normally fade, like some of these prices are just getting outrageous because now if you want to fade the Rockies, like good luck. The Mets are -350 today. Kyle Freeland is really hard to make a case for here. He has a 5.86 ERA and he's 0-7. But Jenks, when it comes to these really bad teams, and I will say 2 of them are playing each other, the White Sox and the Orioles, good God, don't want to watch that game. Are you still, considering fading these bad teams, or have the prices just gotten out of hand?
Yeah, I'm going to play the Mets on the run line today. I think finally the prices have come down just enough where the run line is playable. So I'm going to play the Mets on the run line, -148. I'm going to fade Kyle Freeland, 0-7, 5.86 ERA. The Mets are more of an under team at home, and they do play at a pitcher's ballpark, so that might be the sabotage factor there. But, yep, I'm hopping back on the train, fading the Rockies today.
That one does feel like the biggest mismatch because obviously the Mets are the much better team. They've been really good at home this year. I think the only thing that scares me is that I'm not sure what the juice is on the normal run line, but I'm seeing at BetMGM, the run line offered is the -2.5 for even money. So you might have to get a little creative, or you could throw it in a parlay. But yeah, that one looks like a pretty big mismatch, at least on paper. So we'll see if the Mets can continue to be great at home and the Rockies can continue to be the worst team far and away in all of baseball. Coming up next, time to win some big plus money as we go to our show parlay. Everybody on our staff gives a leg, and hopefully we can make some spending money for the weekend. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
We're back. It's time to get down to business. No more of this minus 110, minus 130 nonsense. We're shooting for the moon in this segment because it's time to have a little fun. It's a Friday, and we want to win some big plus money. So it's time for the show parlay in mere moments here on the show. So, Jenks, you always ask me what I'm doing for the rest of the day. What's on tap for you this weekend?
Oh, that's a good question. Today is definitely a day of rest. Well, at least in the afternoon. I mean, I haven't slept. I finally slept a little bit. Even Catherine and Kate. Well, I just worked I couldn't sleep yesterday. Was so caffeinated. And then I worked late last night and then woke up early this morning. And even when I woke up, the lovely Catherine immediately was like, how did you sleep? Are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I'll be all right. I got it. After this, I'm going to eat a big breakfast. I'm going to take a big nap. And then I don't know what we're going to do this weekend. That's kind of the fun of having our weekends free because normally, like we keep telling ourselves, we need to say no. We need to say no because we always have plans with some friends or some sort of event we're going to. This weekend, we don't have anything going on. I think what we'll probably do tonight is we'll probably order some food, just chill, watch something together, and then knowing us, we'll get a little restless on Saturday and probably do brunch or like a late or an early evening dinner or something like that. But we got our wedding date set. We got our venue set. We got that put away, which we've been working on that for a couple of weeks. So we got all that done. So I think we're going to sort of enjoy taking a breather and saying, all right, that's out of the way. Let's just kind of enjoy our time together. What about you?
Ooh, am I allowed to ask if you've nailed down like at least a state location of the wedding? Did you decide to go domestic?
No, we were going to go. Yes, we're going to get married in Middleburg, Virginia. At this place called the Red Fox Inn. Yeah, so we went out there and did a site visit, and it's really beautiful and not in the middle of nowhere, but it's super quaint, and we wanted something that is really, really intimate and really special, so especially for me. And so it sort of worked out perfectly where it's going to be our closest friends, and the space works out perfectly, and it's not all-inclusive, but it's not one of those places where they just start putting charge after charge after charge on top of one another. We came really close to getting married on the island, like out in St. Martin, but logistically, it would have been tough for members of our families, especially with my mom. She's getting a little bit older, and so I wanted to make sure she's going to be there, but we got it nailed down, and we're pumped.
That feels like a big check off the to-do list, does it not? Do you feel like less stressed now that that's out of the way? Because I feel like that's one of the biggest things of wedding planning.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And then you think, well, not me, because I told Catherine, I was like, I'll marry you anywhere. You know that. It's just a matter of us having the ceremony that we want. But I think for her, you can get overwhelmed because there's just endless places you can choose, especially in a city like D.C., because we looked at places in the city, and then there's a ton of places just outside the DMV. Then we were thinking maybe a destination wedding. But you can just get overwhelmed by all of that information and by all of the things to consider. Even after we came to a decision, she was like, do you think we made the right call? I'm like, honey, I promise that we did. Like, you can have this conversation forever, but yes, huge sigh of relief. And now we're both like, okay, we're signed, we're good. It's within our budget because we're very good about budgeting, and it's going to work out. It's going to be great.
Awesome. I'm glad that you guys have that nailed down because I know that was probably stressful, like thinking of, all the locations and not even knowing if you're going to get married like in the States. Like that is a big, wide array of like outcomes. So I'm glad you got that out of the way. Josh Allen's getting married over the weekend, I think, if the guy who leaked the information is correct. So it is wedding season for a lot of people. The spring, the summer, we know how it goes. But it's also parlay winning season, we hope, for us, as we lay out our show parlay on a Friday. I thought we had a sounder, but maybe I forgot to tell Jake. It's time for the show parlay. Step right up and try your hand at winning some big plus money. And win a little something like that. But we nailed it. It's fine. We'll do it live. All right, Jenks. So let's start with you. Let's kick this bad boy off with a winner. Who do you like?
Let's do it. I'm going to go Tigers. I just talked about this bet, so I won't go on and drone on and on about something I just talked about. But I just like the Tigers tonight. When you've got a really good pitching matchup, I would lean to the under as well. Total set at 8 in Kansas City. But when you look at these two lineups, Tigers versus Royals, like it's just not close. And I think there's a lot of value there. Little minus money at minus 118, which is where I found it, but doesn't always have to be a plus money singular play, because once we add all these bad boys together, we're going to get some plus money anyway. So I'm going Detroit.
Yeah, I like it. The Tigers always feel like a pretty solid bet as one of the best teams in all of baseball. I'm going to stay in MLB as well, and this one makes me a little nervous because we're not completely sure who's starting for the Rangers. It looks like it's going to be Jack Leiter, which if it is, I like that a lot more because he's had quality starts in 2 of his last 3 starts, and he's really righted the ship after starting the season on kind of shaky ground for the Rangers. But the thing for me is it doesn't even seem to matter who the Rangers starting pitcher is. This has been the hottest team to the under when they play at home. Texas is a blistering 24-6 to the under this season when playing in Arlington. So I will continue to ride that trend, especially against the Cardinals and Matthew Liberatore, who's also been very solid for the Cardinals this year. ERA under 3. So I like the under 9 between the Rangers and the Cardinals. I will be adding that to the mix for the show parlay. All right, next up, how about we mix in some college baseball? And for that, we go to Jake Hassan. Jake, who do you like today?
I've been banging the table for this one for like 2 days now, and I'm not going to back down now. Give me Northeastern on the money line going against Mississippi State. Northeastern enters the tournament on a 27-game winning streak. 27-game winning streak. I'm going to repeat that one more time for the people. Their manager, Mike Glavin, says this is the best team that he's ever had. And Miss State is about to fire their manager on the other side of this. So I don't think these guys care about this game. They care about where they're playing baseball next year. So give me Northeastern. They're dogs on the money line. I think that's way wrong.
Ooh, wrong team favored. WTF, says Jake. I like college baseball, and I'm sure there's some value there just because I'm sure people see the big name school from the SEC and think, hey, this is the team that should be favored. Not so fast, my friend. Not always the case, especially if the team that's the smaller school can have, a good frontline pitcher. If you have a good ace, I feel like you certainly stand a chance no matter what the lineup is behind you. And it's college baseball. There is some chaos involved. All right, next up. How about we go to Denton, who looks like he is doing the same thing, if I am reading this correctly. Are you going with college baseball? What is this?
We are going with college baseball. I have way less information and analytics to back up my argument the way that Jake did. I just took a dart, threw it at a board, and the spirit of Jordan Hudson guided it right to UNC lane 5.5 against Holy Cross. Bill Belichick stole their center, and now their baseball team is going to steal a win. So I like UNC lane 5.5.
Or you could just say it and say, I'm not going to talk about it. Like, can you tell us why?
Next question.
Next question. We're not going to speak about that. All right. UNC laying the 5.5. Wow. Against Holy Cross. Again, college baseball is a little different than MLB. Those lines are a little bit steeper. All right, Dylan. So the last time you were on the show with us for the show parlay, you gave us a plus money winner on somebody who had a name that sounded like Desmond Ritter, I think. So who is it today? It looks like you're going back to, I think it's the UFC. I'm not really sure, but it's something to do with fighting.
Yes, yeah. And that was Rainier DeRitter last time. Yeah, as Denton put in the chat, Desmond Ritter versus Bo Nix. We love that. Yeah, so this time around, I couldn't find as good as plus money for you guys, but I did find Zachary Reese to win by KO at minus 120. I really like that. He's going against Dusko Todorovic. It's a fun name for you, Chelsea. Also, go USA. This is an American over a Serbian. Todorovic, though, is 0-2 in the last 2 years, and both of his losses are first-round KOs. He hasn't won a fight since 2022. Meanwhile, Zachary Reese has fought 3 times in the last calendar year. He's won twice. I'm going to take the guy with the 3-inch height advantage and reach advantage, and he's much more active.
Ooh, what a handicap. I was going to ask you, what goes into a handicap for a UFC fight, but I think I got my answer there. So apparently has this guy won in a while? Is this guy keep losing? What's his wingspan? Is there anything else that goes into your handicap, or is it just recency?
I mean, something that I didn't mention is style always plays a factor in fights, but in this one, you got 2 strikers going against each other, so it's more, you're going off trends.
Strikers. I was like, is that soccer? I don't even know. But it sounds like people who are really aggressive and good, like punchers. I don't know. I'm clearly nailing this. All right, so here's the show parlay. We've got all the legs now, and here she blows. We'll start with the Tigers on the money line over the Royals. We'll go Rangers, Cardinals under 9. Northeastern money line over Mississippi State in college baseball, and staying in college baseball, UNC on the run line, laying the 5.5 against Holy Cross. And finally, Zachary Reese by KO/TKO at -120. I'm not going to attempt to say the other guy's name, but the odds on this are plus 2311. $5 wins you $115.54. So a nice little payday if we can swing it. So now's the time where I ask everybody, who is going to lose this for us? Who's the sabotage factor? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Is it me? I have no idea.
I think
has
last
to be
time
the under,
I
right?
lost it, so it might be me again.
And anytime you go with an under on Jack Leiter,
self-burn.
that seems scary.
An under for Jack Leiter? Why? He's had good starts in his last 3.
I know, but it's just the first couple starts in last year, just home run merchant. I think it can win. It's just that's the scary part for me. Don't get me wrong. I am betting this. I am still putting it in the account. But if we're asking the question of how does it lose, hashtag how does it lose, it's Jack Leiter.
Oh,
Which means I
thanks,
probably
Jake.
just cursed myself.
Yeah, we're not having you on the show again. Note to self. No, I get what you're saying.
No 4 a.m. alarm. Darn. See ya. A long trip back to my usual shift.
That's not a good threat, is it? It's like, oh, great. No, I'm shaking in my boots. But you're right. Like anytime in baseball, like unders, like here's the thing. You can have the perfect recipe for an under, but sometimes they're just runs scored and somebody hits a grand slam and there goes your under. So I get it. There's always a sabotage factor when it comes to baseball. And here's the thing. I don't know enough about some of these other legs to give you a sabotage factor. I don't know anything about UNC baseball, but I will say this. 5.5 is a lot to lay in a baseball game. I hope that offense is prolific. All right, coming up next, it's time to go back to the NBA playoffs. What we saw between the Pacers and the Knicks last night. Will the Knicks win it in 7? Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we're off and running hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's a Friday morning good time edition. Thanks for being with us. Coming up in our final 60 minutes of content live across the country, we'll get you caught up on all the action from last night at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks have life. They're going back to Indianapolis for Game 6 tomorrow night. In 20 minutes, it is more from the hardwood as we bring in Douglas Farmer from Covers.com. And maybe we'll ask him about college football. He covers that as well. Denton, just a little check-in, final hour. 90 days from week 0.
We're counting down to it, about 90-ish days or so.
90-ish. We're doing 90-ish. And it's Donkster time, along with our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. And greetings and salutations to our... I say salutations. Good Lord.
Salutations.
Hello. Tip of the cap to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. You can stream us on Bally Sports Live and the Bally Sports Live app, along with our audiences on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. So we were talking about my eventual wedding. We're not getting married until April of next year, so we have plenty of time. But the reason why I mention this is because weddings can be pricey. I thought we were very smart about setting a budget, sticking to it. But this is one of those chances where you know you're going to spend some money. So why not get something for the money you spent, as in a credit card or some sort of rewards. Like, I do not have any credit card debt. Thank God. I got rid of that a long time ago. And so whenever I put something on my credit card, like, I pay it off immediately. But we did decide, okay, for the purposes of this wedding, we should probably get a credit card and put all the wedding stuff on this, get points for it, pay it off, and then use those points to take a nice vacation. So that is the plan. Are you a big points person? Because some people get really into this, travel, rewards, hotel stays, whatever, and they can actually not necessarily make a profit, but they can save themselves a lot of money.
Yeah, this has become one of my new hobbies, is trying to learn the point system. And listen, it can take you forever to learn about it because there are like so many little nuances to it. But yeah, if you're about to spend a lot of money, I just got a new credit card because they had like 100,000 points bonus. And I only had one credit card. So I was like, okay, we can open another one. It was like spend like $5,000 in your next like 3 months. I was like, oh, easy, I'll do that. So we'll use that for our end of year vacation. Because you can get really good redemption value on like the points that you get, whether it's flights, whether it's hotels. So there's definitely a whole avenue. And if you like look on Instagram and TikTok, there are people who make a living from doing this, just like, you know, hacking all the point systems and making the most bang for your buck.
Ah, man. You're absolutely right. And you've seen those people, right? They take so much advantage of the system. They just travel around the world using their points. Do you know what I'm talking about? Which sounds good, but then it's like, hey, I have a 4-hour stay in Taiwan, and then I'm back on a plane again going somewhere, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's one of those things I feel like after a while you might get exhausted that you don't really have any sort of home base.
Yeah, like there's definitely like weird things to it where like people say, oh, I got this flight for $200. I'm like, yeah, but I have a 5-year-old. We're not doing like a 12-hour layover somewhere. That's just too intense for me. But like even like some of the other perks that are like less in the weeds, like I have an Amex card where you get like daily breakfast for 2 people, which is awesome. Like it's a great way to start your vacation at like some of these nice hotels that have like these breakfast buffets. Like that's what I live for as an adult, is amazing breakfast buffets. That's what gets me going in the morning. And that's like what I look forward to on some of my vacations, including one that I have coming up at the end of the summer.
Oh, Nice. I have one credit card it was my first credit card, and I got grandfathered in. And a normal APR for a credit card is around like 20%. It's something ridiculous. Maybe you can save a little bit. And the standard, even for purchases now, is like 8.6%. Like they don't even make this credit card. I mean, it's a Capital One card, but it's a type of card that they ceased producing like a decade ago, but they let me still keep that interest rate. So I kind of got that in my back pocket. If I ever need to make a big purchase, I don't, because I don't want a bunch of stuff on my credit card. But it's kind of crazy to have that after all this time. That's something, it's like 20-something years old.
I probably need to read the fine print, because I'm not going to lie, I haven't looked at some of the rates on this credit card. So maybe after the show, like, you can guide me in the right direction, because you're right, you do need to read the fine print, and it's not something that I've done.
They will get you, and get you quickly. Well, wasn't it just a few days ago that I mentioned John Mellencamp on this show? An old school reference. Because I associated him with the heartland of America and Indiana. Well, as fate would have it, this is a great find, Denton. John Mellencamp, formerly John Cougar Mellencamp, and very quickly, because you asked this story during the break, John Mellencamp back in the late 70s started off as John Cougar because the record company was like, we can't sell an artist with the last name Mellencamp. So they said, you're Johnny Cougar. He went from Johnny Cougar to John Cougar. Then once he started selling records, and this is a guy that sold 60 million albums worldwide, he's like, I'm asking you, in fact, I'm telling you that Mellencamp is going back on the album, and then he eventually dropped the Cougar. Now he's John Mellencamp. He has apologized for Pat McAfee's behavior the other night. When Pat McAfee, of course, did his whole wrestling promo and said, let's send these guys back to New York City. So John Mellencamp has posted an apology on X, which is a weird apology because it's over a picture of himself, and it looks like his significant other, which is kind of an odd thing to do. And he says, the Knicks-Pacers games have been very entertaining. I attended Game 4 in Indianapolis. Who's your hospitality? I was embarrassed when somebody, under whose direction I don't know, called out some of the people who had made the trip from New York to support their team. The audience booed these people. I'd say that was not Hoosier hospitality. One could only say it's poor sportsmanship. I was not proud to be a Hoosier, and I've lived here my entire life. I'm sure the Pacers had nothing to do with this smackdown. I would like to apologize for our poor behavior. Oh my gosh. I just love that it's the one guy I associate, and he's the guy that comes out and apologizes for a lack of Hoosier hospitality.
Oh my gosh. Has he never heard of Pat McAfee? Like, this is what Pat McAfee does. He turns heel on a dime. Like, we have seen this on College Game Day, where he, goes in one direction and says he's going to pick this team, and then he, spins his wheels, and then it's like a huge insult parade on the other team. It's like, why do you need to apologize for one person? Like, I don't go around doing this for every person in the state of Tennessee. Like, we have a lot of people that probably spout out all kinds of nonsense, but I feel like he does not realize this is a bit. Like, Pat McAfee is not going out and slashing the tires of these New York celebrities. He's simply having some fun. Like, it's part, of the fun of sports. Like, I don't think he personally has a problem with Ben Stiller or Timothy Chalamet. It's just all in the fun of entertainment.
I just love the fact that he actually issued an apology on behalf of, like, the Midwest.
Who asked for this? No one.
This is John Mellencamp, all right? I represent the middle of the country. I have a friend of mine who is older than me. He is obsessed with John Mellencamp. I know I got to get to this game. Once a week, no exaggeration. This buddy of mine, he loves music. I love music. Something we have in common. We worked together a long time ago. One of the best, in fact, the best cameraman I've ever seen, ever. Bar none, hands down. Incredible. But he is obsessed with listening to old episodes of American Top 40 with Casey Kasem. And so, of course, in the 80s, John Mellencamp is on like every single American Top 40. Once a week, at least, once a week, I get a video of him shooting a video that he's taken on his phone of him listening to Casey Kasem talk about John Mellencamp. I get that at least. It's interesting. He's upset. I mean, I won't play these, but he loves John Mellencamp. So there's a guy that still has some pull in some areas.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel necessary. It just feels really out of touch. Like, isn't that the first thing that kind of crossed your mind? It's like,
yeah,
John nobody asked you, and nobody certainly asked you for an apology for something that is a bit for entertainment.
And guys, you're not going to believe it. I turned on MTV yesterday. Not a single video did I see. What in the hell has happened to this country? Well, what in the hell happened to the Pacers last night? Beaten down by the Knicks, 111-94. The Knicks were laying 4.5, minus 190 on the money line. That comes home. Total set at 223 and a hook. The under hits. Jalen Brunson, 32 points, including 14 in the first quarter. Karl Anthony Towns, 24 points, 13 rebounds, 1 sachet, despite playing with that banged-up knee. And the Knicks finally get a win at home for the first time all series. Awesome. Good for them. So, we go to Indianapolis Game 6 tomorrow night. I don't know if John Mellencamp will be there, but can the Knicks really pull this off? Only 13 teams in NBA history have ever come back from a 3-1 deficit.
Yeah, but we've seen history rewrite itself in this NBA postseason many a time. Like, what were some of the stats on? I think it was, what was that game where it was 994-1 is the Pacers' chances of winning that game, where Tyrese Halliburton made that 2 at the end of regulation. So my point being is that it's happened before, it could happen again. And now the momentum does feel like it's swung in the direction of the New York Knicks. This was a gutsy win from a New York team that a lot of us counted out. I would like to issue an apology on behalf of myself and everybody who counted out the Knicks in this situation, just because the Pacers have just been so good as underdogs here. But what a game from Jalen Brunson, stepping up in the biggest of moments, his team on the brink of elimination. And hats off to Karl Anthony Towns, who not only, draws the comedic critiques online of some of his personality quirks, but he battled through a knee injury in this one to put up 24 points and dominate the rebounding situation as well. And that's the thing. I think that the Knicks have made the correct adjustments, whether it's defensively and whether it's using some other guys who aren't just their main starters to help them win some of these games down the stretch. So now I feel like it's anybody's game. And I think for basketball fans, this is a great thing, because I'm not so sure we're going to get some great games in the NBA Finals, but we still have the Eastern Conference Finals. And I think we get at least one more great game to close this series.
Yeah, I don't want to call you out on air, but when you were talking about the Pacers yesterday, I was like, this is not Hoosier hospitality, the way you're talking about the Knicks. You might need to issue an apology today. What you should do is take a screen capture of your face, okay, close up, and then say, I apologize for my lack of Hoosier hospitality in picking the Pacers over the Knicks. Chelsea, you got to be better than that.
Well, I mean, to be clear, you were on the Pacers as well, Jake,
also true.
So you might need to join
Also
me.
true. I'll issue one. In fact, let's do separate apologies, each with an apology over our respective faces. That's the best part of this whole thing. What would be a great background for my apology? Just a solid black background, maybe a screen capture on my phone. How about a picture of me with my significant other that makes the apology more difficult to read and discern? Oh, John Mellencamp. Always coming through.
Make it about yourself. Make it about yourself. Because that's something I also kind of thought to myself. It's like, nobody asked you to make it about you, John Mellencamp, but you did it.
He certainly did. He found a way. So, if you look at NBA Finals odds, before we get a break here, we'll continue talking about basketball. The Thunder are minus 750. The Pacers are 7-1. The Knicks are 15-1. I mean, I guess if you believe in the Pacers, 7-1, pretty solid value right there. But I don't know if you believe the Knicks can rally 15-1, go for it. I don't know if anybody wants to get in front of the Thunder train right now.
Yeah, I think it's more about, I believe strongly in the Thunder as opposed to believing and these other teams. Because the difference between the Thunder and like both teams coming out of the East is that the Thunder have been wildly consistent. Like they've had like a few lapses where they haven't, had their best games, but they're just so deep and their defense is so good. And that's something that always travels and it feels very consistent is defense. And they were the number one team during the regular season at defending the points in the paint. And I think that continues throughout the NBA Finals. So it'd still be the Thunder for me, but obviously it's not a price that's very nice.
No, it is not. Oh, great idea from Denton. Whoever loses their leg of the parlay, you have to tweet a John Mellencamp apology. Yes, let's do it. Coming up next, the Knicks are not done just yet. We'll continue our coverage of the Eastern Conference Finals with Douglas Farmer from Covers.com next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Friday morning good time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Hope you're having a good early morning. Thanks for being with us. Coming up on the show, the Knicks have life, but can they rally against the Pacers tomorrow night in Game 6? We're going to talk about it with Douglas Farmer, who covers pro basketball and even more for Covers.com. So what is this? I go upstairs. I come back down. You guys are talking about, I mean, you're right in my wheelhouse. You're talking about Genuine. You're talking about Casey and JoJo. Please, Chelsea, tell us more.
Okay, so what we were talking about is John Mellencamp still relevant? And I was saying a lot of people know who John Mellencamp is because of what their parents listen to. Like, that usually shapes our musical taste because that's the first thing you listen to as a kid. So I was saying, like, my parents didn't really listen to a lot of John Mellencamp. My dad was always listening to, like, R&B songs that, like, the singing is so good and the melody is so smooth. But you listen to the lyrics as, like, an 8-year-old girl and you're like, this seems like something maybe I shouldn't be listening to with my dad at this age. So we listened to like a lot of Montel Jordan. We listened to Casey and JoJo. Who was the other one? Genuine. So I listened to a lot of that growing up. Against my will, but we did listen to it.
Oh, let me tell you. I'm sure I told this story a long time ago. One of my favorite concert moments ever. I saw Casey and JoJo open up for New Edition many, many moons ago here in D.C. These cats come out, and I mean, they had on suits, and it's like these suits were made of Velcro. I swear to God, it wasn't 20 seconds in until, like, Casey, like, tugs on the collar of this suit, and it just, like, falls off. Like, these guys are, like, half naked immediately. And they were so high. And the best part about it all was they were so high. I mean, in the audience, they were good, but everyone knows their jam. I mean, outside of Jodeci. Jodeci was amazing. But they had All My Life, right? All My Life. Everybody knows that song, right? So at the end of the show, they're finishing, and they're brothers, okay? Casey and JoJo are brothers. So it's a cappella, and I forget who sings. I think it was Casey. He's like, I pray for someone like you. And he holds his brother's hands in his hands, and they're just like holding each other in the middle of the stage. And everyone was looking at each other, kind of laughing, but then like, it's Casey and JoJo. Who cares? It was so hilarious. And then New Edition came out and just crushed it. Bobby Brown showed up. That's before he was touring with them again. It was so awesome. I mean, not awesome. And at one point, Casey was on, they were walking around the crowd, and Casey was on the shoulders of his bodyguard, like, kind of humping his bodyguard's head singing, and his bodyguard was like, what are you going to do? This guy's high. I mean, it was weird, but also it was like, what an experience.
I feel like that was the 90s. That was like all the lyrics of songs where you listen to, you're like, wow, this pony song, I don't think it's about horses.
No. I'm a horse girl. I love this. This is about equestrian. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, well, the Knicks had the horses last night to take care of business against the Pacers. That's the best I can do. We got to bring in Douglas Farmer, who covers the NBA, the WNBA, and college football for Covers.com. Sorry for that diatribe there, Douglas. I will not ask you about New Jack Swing in the 90s or anything like that. But I do want to find out what you thought about the Knicks. Are you surprised that they looked as dominant as they did from the outset?
I am surprised at your transition to get back to the basketball conversation. Well done by you. I expected the Knicks to throw a haymaker out of the gates last night, and this is now – we've seen it from the Pacers 3 series in a row, and a second time in this series. They go up 2-0. They lose all 3 game threes. They have a commanding 3-1 lead in this series. They are struggling to absolutely dominate when they're already up. So that was not a stunner to me. Tyrese Halliburton has struggled in all 3 of those game threes, and this was a similar kind of vibe. It was not that surprising last night, in my opinion. I am very curious to see if the Pacers can throw a response haymaker in the first quarter tomorrow night.
Yeah, so you're a betting guy for covers.com. I feel like that's one of the best sources. If you are just getting into sports betting, covers.com is a great place to start. So let me ask you, moving forward, what are some of the betting angles that you'll be following in this series, whether it's props, whether it's just straight spreads, money lines, totals? Is there anything that you're kind of initially looking into for this next game?
I have been trusting Indiana's perimeter defense. It's why I took them outright to beat the Cavs last round, and it's why I have always seen them as live to do a lot more than even just win the East. Their perimeter defense is not properly appreciated. Following the All-Star break, Indiana ranked number 4 in opposing three-point percentage at 34.5%, and number 3 in opposing three-point percentage rate, how often opponents shoot from deep, third lowest in the NBA at 39%. It's just tough to get those looks up. My first thing at every Indiana game these days is just to fade the opponent from deep. Jalen Brunson under 2.5 threes is immediately my best bet for tomorrow night. It's just difficult to get those looks against Indiana. Yes, he hit 4 threes last night. I have to think the Pacers defense comes out a bit more frenetic as it is at its best and limits those looks again all over again, and that makes life so much more difficult for Brunson. He has done a good job of not forcing those shots this series. He's done a good job of instead getting to the rim and getting to the line. That is where you immediately find value in the Pacers because we praise their offense so much, we overlook this defense.
Douglas, why is it that it feels like for the majority of the season, and of course this is easy to say now, that it feels like the Pacers have been so underappreciated? Is it because they're so balanced? Is it because they play in Indianapolis? Like, in your mind, why is it, are we just now coming around to how good Indiana is?
I think we have a new aspect in the NBA in that the first third of the season doesn't really matter. Teams like the Pacers and the Timberwolves struggled to start the season and really found a groove, call it about January 1st. The Timberwolves kicked into a different gear in March when Julius Randle came back healthy. We saw this same aspect from the Clippers and the Warriors. Just suddenly became real teams that deserved notice, and the Clippers went 7 with the Nuggets. The Warriors, who knows how that series the Timberwolves would have gone if Steph Curry doesn't tweak that hamstring. I think we have to throw out October, November, and December when evaluating teams in the NBA postseason. And when you do that, you start to realize, hey, the Pacers were darn good the last half of the season. I'm not saying after the All-Star break only. The last half of the season really extends back into at least January. That is where I think there's an aspect of the NBA that nowadays we need to start to grasp that a lot of these teams with the new CBA, roster construction includes a lot more turnover and tweaking of what you're doing on the fly. See what they look like once they've done some of that during the season. And that has yielded 2 of our Final Four. You could argue 3 of our Final Four with the Knicks.
Yeah, so from a viewing perspective, I just want to see some good games because I'm not going to lie. The series between the Thunder and the Timberwolves was not a good one. So, in your opinion, who presents the bigger challenge out of the East to face the Thunder?
I would love for it to be the Knicks, but I honestly do believe the answer is the Pacers. I think the Pacers' offense is unique enough that every team in the NBA needs a game, game and a half, 2 games to adjust to that offense. It's why they have started every series up 2-0, because it takes a little bit to grasp what you're trying to defend. As good as the Thunder defense is, it's going to take them a little bit to figure out what Tyrese Halliburton is in person right now. That alone could give the Pacers a fighting chance in that series. Let's say they take one out of the first 2, and then they do what the Timberwolves try to do in Game 4. Game 4, you could say that series was not real entertaining. Game 4 is one of the best basketball games we have seen in a long time. The Pacers could do that kind of thing. For them, that's a 2-2 series. Suddenly there's a conversation to be had of anything can happen in the final 3 games.
So when you're talking about tomorrow night's game specifically, do you have a particular way that you're going to bet it, or do you just wait? Are you looking ahead to the finals? How are you approaching these past or this next game or 2 potentially when you're talking about Knicks and Pacers?
I have taken Jalen Brunson under 2.5 3-pointers. It's available at -110 at MGM. And I have not yet bet, but I am leaning toward that Pacers by 3.5. Already juiced out to -115, so I have to make that decision pretty quickly here. They get to clinch at home. That's always it sounds overrated. It sounds like it doesn't actually matter. No, players know when their fans haven't seen it in 20 years, 25 years in this instance. Getting to do that at home could be a raucous environment. And with the Knicks rotations, that fatigue in front of that environment, suddenly 3.5 feels like an awfully cheap number.
Yeah, so let me ask you, do you think the total's correlated to a side here? Because I think on the surface, it obviously looks like if you like the over, you probably like the Pacers because we know like they like to run and gun. And obviously we saw last night the Knicks like to slow things down. So if you like the Pacers, do you also like the over, 218.5?
I don't necessarily correlate those two because, like I said earlier, I think the Indiana defense is underappreciated. They won. Let's see here. They won game 2. That game went under. By half a point. They are not quite understood that perimeter defense is suffocating. It's the length and the athleticism just mean every shot you take is not a clean look. It's similar to the Thunder in that respect. Opponents are not getting the looks they want, so those shots they do take are hurried and ugly. The Pacers are not as much praised for that, and that's where I find that value in Jalen Brunson under 2.5. It's also where I say, no, I don't know that the spread and the total are correlated here. I have not touched the totals much in this series, and I don't think I'm going to before Game 6. I would lean toward a Pacers team total over, if anything.
Douglas, I have to ask you about college football, and not some sort of specific question, but do you have any early bets you like, any team you're following or thinking about putting some money on when it comes to a future? Or are you like, you know what, I got to focus on basketball right now. I'll get to college football.
I have not dug all the way in on college football, but I, of course, have looked at the futures market. And I will tell you that there are 3 that I already have plays down on. Those are Penn State, now at plus 750 to win it all. Notre Dame, now at 14 to 1 to win it all. And Clemson at 16 to 1 to all. And in the last few days, as my brain has started to transition from the NBA to college football, I am considering an Alabama future, currently at 15 to 1 at BetMGM. Kalen DeBoer has always done something special in his second season at a stop. I don't have those exact seasons in front of me at the moment, but I know that that's a trend that I bet Washington to make the national championship game his second year. And if you remember, that's exactly what they did. There is something that he installs his second season in an offense that always elevates a team. And that has my attention. Alabama 15 to 1. Maybe I'll end up just playing them to win the SEC. Something in that regard. Alabama still has one of the most talented rosters in college football. And that Kalen DeBoer aspect, his second season, is not yet recognized. And it's one of the coolest things, in my opinion, about him as a coach. Because clearly, he just needs 18 months, not 6.
Oh, I love that take. I love talking college football. He covers the NBA, the WNBA, and college football covers.com. Follow him on X at @D_Farmer. It is Douglas Farmer. Douglas, thank you so much for the insight and for being with us on this Friday.
Hey, I only apologize I'm not here with many music takes this morning.
You know what? Next time, we're bringing you back for the music takes. Exclusively.
I will do my
Thank you, bud. You know, I will say, and I have not done, unlike Douglas, I've kind of just scratched the futures market just a little bit. And I know everyone thinks I'm going to say Texas. I'm not going to say Texas. Texas is the co-favorite with Ohio State. I will say people that I have listened to who are a lot smarter than I am say, watch out for Clemson in a big way. Their defensive line is just absolutely nasty. They've got Cade Klubnik back, who is going to be right up there with Arch Manning and Drew Aller and some other guys for the Heisman Trophy. And also, finally, Clemson got away from, okay, we won't touch NIL, we won't touch the portal. Now, obviously, Dabo gave in. I think Clemson's going to be really good. And they don't play anybody in the ACC. So that's just and that's a big part of it too, right? Like their road to a title is pretty easy. So I don't know if that's going to hold weight come the fall. That's pretty much the only college football take I have right now. That's all I got.
I think just based on the ACC and how easy it seems to be, the pathway will be easy. If you have one good team in the ACC, that's all it takes. Because as much as it's fallen from grace, I still think that it holds some status when it comes to the committee. So you're right. I think Clemson, if they can be good, they will have a much easier pathway than some of the other teams in the SEC and Big Ten.
It's almost here. Next time, Douglas Farmer from Covers.com talking nothing but music. That's coming. Coming up next on the show, let's go into the weekend with some Bitcoin in our digital wallets. We will try to win you some money. It is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Wrapping up Hour 3 next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Yeah! I'm so ready for the weekend. I'm doing that. That music got me going. I'm Michael Jenkins, she's Chelsea Messenger. Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. We got Best Bets coming your way. Donkster will be here as well. Before we tie a bow on things, we were talking at the break. We've been doing a lot of old school stuff today. I mean, when John Mellencamp takes center stage, there you go. And we were talking about compact discs, CDs. How many CDs did you have back in the day? I got a new one the other night when I went to... On Monday night, my friends Mike and Noel were in town. Barcats, as they're known. Based out of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. They play 4 or 5 shows a week down there. I've known them forever. They came back to D.C. as part of a big celebration and as part of an album release at Black Cat here in D.C. And you can download their stuff, but also they were handing out old school CDs as part of their EP release, which I thought was kind of cool because they're like, hey, we're old school. Here's a CD if you want it. So we have one at home. I don't have anything to play it in, but how many CDs did you have back in the day?
Ooh, I definitely had at least I want to say 24. I'm trying to think how many CDs that little case held, because we were just talking about the way that you hold your CDs is that thing that has the zipper and it has the little plastic sleeves that you slide them in. So I definitely had a lot because I did have the 5-disc changer stereo system in my room. That was a present from Santa one year. And it's still over at my mom's house because that's how the conversation started. Because whenever I go to my mom's house, it's like a blast from the past because she has all these really old appliances. She's lived in her house for 45 years. So there's a lot of old stuff laying around. So when we're by the pool, there is a CD player. And I was thinking to myself, I need to find my old CDs, and that's what I can listen to by the pool.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm trying to think of where my old CDs are. Did I throw them out? I don't think so.
Right. I have no idea where mine are. Where do you even put stuff like that?
God, I don't know. I kept the ones with the cool sleeves on the inside because I really love album art, stuff like that, or the ones that were really important to me. What were you saying? Your parent. This happened to me too, where you grew up and your parents decided, hey, we're gonna put the kibosh on too many bad lyrics.
Yeah, no cussing. So when you accidentally buy a parental advisory album that comes with a booklet of lyrics, my dad spent 30 minutes going at it with a Sharpie, taking every single bad word out of there.
I love that.
But at least you got the CD. He didn't care if you listened to it.
No, at that point they'd already bought it, so they're like, all right, we've bought it. We don't want you to read and say the words. I listened to the hell out of that CD.
I bet you did. Bet you wore that bad boy out.
That's tame compared to some of the CDs my brother had. My brother was a 13-year-old white suburban boy, and he had Naughty by Nature, The Hot Boys, Master P. I told you about the soundtrack from The Booty Call. So apparently there were very few rules in my household.
2 Live Crew. I'll take it back. I remember once I had a Belle Biv DeVoe cassette. It was a cassette. No, it was a CD. Of course, they came out with Poison. That's their big song, which you still hear all the time. But there was a song on that album, that initial album, called Dope. She's Dope as a song. But my mom found this CD and she was just looking at the track listing and she saw Dope and she comes bursting into my room. Michael Jenkins, we are not listening to songs about drugs in this house. And I was like, Mom, this doesn't mean not dope. It's not actual drugs. I had to explain this whole vernacular to her. So I kind of relate to when Denton's my parents didn't appreciate bad language. My parents were very similar in that way. If they thought I was listening to something with a ton of bad language or something about drugs, they lost their minds.
Well, it wasn't like that at our household because some of these songs that were hey, maybe this isn't about drugs. No, it was precisely about drugs. 3 6 Mafia is not known for having the best songs about topics that you can talk about at church. So yeah, it was definitely not stuff we should have been listening to, but listen, the beats were great. And my brother played basketball. So that's the influence he was getting.
Yeah, your mom's coming in. Are you guys done with the Booty Call CD? Can I listen to it for a while? I'm like, I guess, Mom.
It's a great jam.
I love that jam. Guys, you cannot miss Inside the Betting Lines on Sunday with PJ Glasser and Denton D. Hall of Fame pitcher. How about this? And Braves broadcaster Tom Glavine will join the guys at noon to talk baseball. That is Inside the Betting Lines on Sunday. All right. No warning labels here, just straight winners. Let's tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, been a good week for you, and you are going to the great state of Texas.
Ah, yes. Let's continue to ride a trend that's been red hot for the Texas Rangers, one of the best teams in baseball to the under, and especially at home this year. The Rangers are a blistering 24-6 to the under when playing in Arlington this year. And I always say to myself that trends are just a trend if you can't explain them. But the Rangers offense has been god-awful this year, at least comparative to expectations. I was just looking. The Rangers have the worst OPS as a team in all of baseball, which is shocking to me. That's worse than the Rockies. That's impressive. They're actually tied with the Rockies. Excuse me. They're tied for the worst. But still, when you are putting up offensive numbers like that, it makes sense that your team is hot to the under. And plus, you look at the pitching matchup today. I know Jack Leiter raises some eyebrows for some people, but if he is in fact the starter, as he is projected to be, we don't know completely for sure. He has had quality starts in 2 of his last 3 starts. And Matt Liberatore has been good for the Cardinals. 2.73 ERA this season, and only 1 earned run in each of his last 2 starts against some decent offenses, against the Diamondbacks and the Royals. So I have no doubts that he can have a good one against a team with the worst OPS in all of baseball. So let's go under 9 between the Rangers and the Cardinals.
All righty. I'm going to go. I got 3 bets on the card today. Get a little juicy, but if you know me, I don't mind laying the juice. Let's take the Phillies on the money line, -142, hosting the Brewers. Now, D.L. Hall is going to start this game for Milwaukee. He will give way to Quinn Priester, who has had his moments. I don't know why I get annoyed when I see Quinn Priester on the mound. I have issues. He's been okay this season, but I don't really like him in this spot against the Phillies at home. As you can imagine, the Phillies bats and their numbers take a huge jump into the top 10 when they're playing at Citizens Bank Park, and the Brewers really struggle against right-handed pitching. So I don't have a lot of confidence in them against Taijuan Walker, an ERA of just 3.04. Opponents batting 191 against him at home. The Brewers are 11-18 on the road this season. Phillies money line -142, Chelsea.
I would like to apologize on behalf of all of us at the Daily Tip for this hatred towards Quinn Priester. It feels like something that we shouldn't get behind, not with the Daily Tip hospitality that we're supposed to be showing. A little, nod to John Mellencamp, if you followed that story earlier.
My apologies. I'm going to be kinder. You're right. We got to follow the Hoosier hospitality example. I'm also going Tigers on the money line, -118. I love this price against Kansas City. Tigers have won 4 straight. Casey Mize has been a witch for Detroit this season. 1 run or less in 5 of his last 7 starts. I don't necessarily look much at day versus night splits, but in the evening, Mize, 2-0. Opponents are batting 190 against him. The Royals don't hit. Seth Lugo on the mound for Kansas City, been very good, but the Tigers have a massive hitting advantage. Top 10, both OPS and slugging. Tigers money line, -118. And finally, let's make this nice and easy. All right, Mets run line, -148, hosting the Rockies. Kyle Freeland going for Colorado, 0-7, a 5.86 ERA. The Rockies have been a touch better recently, so we're getting some value here, I believe. The Rockies have lost all of Freeland's last 4 starts, and each by at least 2 runs. Mets run line, -148. All right, before we find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats, let's talk to the Donkster. Donkster, hey, well, you should probably face the camera, but how you doing this morning?
I just have to say, I totally understand the standoff between Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals.
No, yeah?
I don't remember you leading the league in sacks.
You lead the league in sucks.
Donkster.
Nah, good
Your
one.
father. God, show some respect.
I'm frustrated. I just don't think I'm asking too much from Odyssey.
All right, well, what are your requests?
Number 1, any DoorDash leftovers from Ryan Horvat are mine and mine alone, especially from TGI Fridays.
Okay, we can do that.
Number 2, only 1 visit from Human Resources each month. Stop sending these pictures of yourself. Don't call yourself the Dongster. I'm so over it.
No, I don't know about that.
Number 3, a long belly rub from Kathy Bates.
Okay, well, we'll ask Double D about that.
She's Matlock.
Yeah, I know. All right, let's have a bet.
Mariners, money line, hosting the Twins.
Good job. Your mic is in your neck, by the way.
Mm.
It's in your neck. Like you were a smoker for 20 years and now you're paying the price. Good morning, Joe. Oh, how are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I have my CDs in a closet somewhere, and I have no idea why. I need to just throw them all. Like, what am I saving them for? There's no chance that I'm ever going to listen to them again or even look at them again, but they're in a massive box for some reason. I don't know.
No chance? You don't think you'll ever break them out and show them to like your kids and be like, this is what we used to listen to back in the day? Like just for nostalgia's sake? Because that's what I was thinking. I want to look at them. I want to feel them because that's how I remembered albums, was like the way that they looked. And now I don't remember albums. It's just like, oh, this was the song that I downloaded on Spotify.
You have a CD player?
Yeah.
You
at
have
my
a way
mom's
to play
house.
them? Do you? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't even think I have one anymore.
Chelsea, you
No
got to
problem.
bring
I think
a
they're like
boombox in.
$20.
Just put it on your
Yes.
shoulder like this and walk around listening. Take it back old
my
school.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vibes.
Used to carry those
Immaculate.
things around on the bus. Like,
That's the way. Joe O, good to see you. Have a great show.
See you guys. Great weekend.
That's it for you too. That's it for us in the Daily Tip. For Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, Dylan Mitchell, Jake Hassan, David Double D Dykstra, and the Donkster. I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend and stay fit and humble.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
a higher
It's
level
time
betting conversation
with Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Joe, Sammy P with you on a Friday. Welcome in. You've got the BetMGM network. A lot of fun planned. We've got a breakdown of the AFC West. A couple of our favorite guests, Chris Meany on the Stanley Cup playoffs, Joe Osborne, NBA playoffs. He will also talk about his favorite Major League Baseball bets of the day. Some intriguing series heading into the weekend that we will be talking about. And, of course, we will start with the NBA playoffs. We are without Paul Aspen, without Jake Hassan as well. How you doing, Sammy?
You know, the intro says we don't force picks.
Oh, boy.
Hockey? I forced a pick last night, and it didn't go well. I made that bet knowing full well, and I texted you and everybody that I text with every day. I said, I know this is going to lose, but I'm betting the Dallas Stars, knowing full well it's going to lose, and it lost.
I think you said it on the show, too. And your response was, I have to do this. I'm on a mission. I have to do this. And I said, why? I don't recall the
Didn't have a good reason either. I know you
said
said
you knew it. But you knew
we're
it.
Going to start NBA. I had to do it.
You knew
and this is so dumb because I like Colorado against Dallas in the first round. I didn't think Dallas was good. And then I morphed into a Dallas guy. And Connor McDavid, the Michael Jordan of the NHL, killed me in 5 games. I did it every single game, and I lost 3 units. Sucks.
They pulled Ottinger in the first period of that game.
So dumb.
I don't. Did you see DeBoer after the game?
No, I almost broke the TV. I didn't watch the post.
I figured you wouldn't want. I just saw a couple clips. He's going on and he's explaining, okay, this is not all Ottinger's fault. But and then he went on to explain why it was all Ottinger's fault. He's like, you go back to last year and you go back to this year in this matchup. Basically, he's been terrible. I had to get him out of there. It was looking bad. It was 2-0. Like, okay, you have how much hockey left? I know your life is on the line at this moment, but I didn't understand that move. And long term, what are you doing? They do that in hockey, some sort of a spark, and that's what they'll say every time. But I don't know that that's the guy that you want to put the end of the season on entirely if I'm the Dallas Stars.
The worst part is that after going down 2-0 right away and eventually 3-0, Dallas teased me to death. Scored 2 to go down 3-2, and then Edmonton scored to go up 4-2. Then Dallas scored again to make it 4-3, and I'm like, here we go. This is it. The public's finally going to lose on McDavid and the Oilers. Nah, 5-3 eyeball. It just they could never get a lead the entire series. And here we are again. You got a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final, Florida and Edmonton. And that 97 man, he is playing possessed. He is playing like he is here for the cup this time around.
You think it should be a coin flip? That's what the market has. Minus 110 on both sides. I don't know. I like the Oilers.
Oh yeah, do you?
Yeah.
Don't ask me who I like. Don't
like
even
the
ask.
Panthers. I want to know, so we can zag.
I'm sipping my mug. No, I'm done. I think I'm done on hockey this year.
You're done on hockey. The year's over.
Hockey playoffs has been unkind to your boy. NBA playoffs has been great.
Yeah.
Stanley Cup playoffs. No.
I understand why. Look, you were in on the winner of that series for a long time, like you mentioned, and yeah, you didn't think it was going to end last night, and I could understand why, but yeah, not only him, but everybody else, all of his teammates, a lot of firepower on that Edmonton side. They win as short dogs last night. They go over the total by a few goals. High scoring one, 6-3 last night. Edmonton marches on. -110 for the Stanley Cup final. Well, let's call it that at most spots. All right, NBA, they force a game 6. It's going back to Indiana. We were thinking it would end last night, but it felt early on like, oh yeah, this is not it. That's been the theme of the playoffs. Like for the most part, you don't have to watch these entire games. You know what's going to happen pretty much early on in the game with so many wipeouts that we've seen, but we didn't get the A-plus effort that we were expecting out of the Indiana Pacers. And the question is, are they going to close things out tomorrow night when they go back to Indiana?
We'll see. I still think the Pacers are a better team. This was a gotta-have-it game for the Knicks. I did turn the TV off when I saw Timothée Chalamet kissing Kylie Jenner. I turned it right off. I said, this game's over. The truck is already cutting to Chalamet, Joe's guy. It's over. And they played well. Did you see the exchange, by the way, with Greg Doyle and Pascal Siakam after the game?
No. What?
Doyle's the reporter, obviously,
Yeah.
for the Indy Star. Long time. I think he's a columnist. I don't want to say reporter. I guess he's a columnist. And he asked Siakam what happened. And Siakam said they played harder than us. They wanted it more.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Siakam's like, what do you mean? Why? They just played harder. It happens during a series. A team wants it more. How does that happen in game 5? Siakam's like, who is this guy? Get this guy out of here. Doyle's still, going at him. Like, how does that happen? How does a team play harder in game 5 in the playoffs? How does a team want it more? Siakam says, it just happened. They played better. They played harder. What do you want from me? Doyle's trying to get that gotcha bite or that gotcha quote. And Siakam said, you have a good night, bro. Have a good night.
Yeah, that's going to happen when you have one team at home, everything on the line. We either win this game or our season's over. Our dreams are dead. And then on the other side, like, there's a little wiggle room. We still got a home game coming up this weekend. And if all else fails, we lose back-to-back games to the Knicks, which we don't expect to do. We get to come back here with another opportunity to take them out in game 7. Not the ideal scenario, but it's there. That's called being a human. That's going to happen. I understand Doyle's question. You have an opportunity to make the NBA Finals. How are you letting the other team outwork you? Why didn't you show up with your A game? But that's not how basketball works, man.
No, it's not. And what happened in game 5 has really no meaning in what will happen in game 6. Pacers open, by the way, 3.5. And now Circa's at 4. Superbook is at 4. And a lot of the offshores are moving to 4. So the initial move is coming on the Pacers again. I warned people the initial move yesterday also came on the Pacers. So that initial move doesn't necessarily mean much. It's just that first wave of money. I will bet the Pacers, and I think they finish it in 6. You and I have Pacers to win the series. How do I want to word this? I didn't have this inkling last night to do an emergency podcast. I thought about it for a brief second, but then I moved on with my life.
Wow, Sam, let me tell you, there was an emergency podcast done on our feed. If you're looking for one, there was. I didn't hear it, but I didn't. I only want to hear when they lose. You know what I mean? It was like back in the day, Doug and OB. I want to listen to them when they lose. That's what I want to listen. That's when you get the fire.
I'm here in the basement. My daughter's sleeping. I don't want to wake anybody up. Go Knicks! Go Knicks!
Leap the Knicks. Yeah, the losses are better. It's better when he's swearing, doing the whisper swear. Don't swear in front of John Mellencamp. We will talk about that coming up as well. That's not allowed. Not allowed in the state of Indiana, apparently. But Halliburton was a no-show. Okay, you get your star player giving you nothing. A number of players that have had key roles in this series for the Pacers giving you nothing. 8 points? What was the alt-under on that? 8 points for Halliburton after going for 32 in a 0-turnover triple-double performance. So you get the best of Halliburton to the worst of Halliburton. You got nothing from Nesmith. He missed 7 of his 8 shots in that game. And uncharacteristic of this team, They turn it over 19 times. Now, with that, we do have to give the Knicks some credit, and certainly Tibbs' defense. They came out ready to roll. They forced all those turnovers, but this is something we have not seen in the series. 19 turnovers, way more than any other game for Indiana. So you got that all-out A-plus effort out of the Knicks. You got to give them credit. I give you credit, too, because you called out Josh Hart. Okay, this is the spot for him, and he had the best game in the series. Double-double last night for him off the bench with 12 and 10. You knew you were going to get it from Brunson and Cat, so which role player at home was going to step up? You nailed it with Hart.
Just got over, but it was enough because he got the minutes. He played 34 minutes, which was something I expected. His point prop was 9.5, lands on 12 and 10 for Josh Hart, former Villanova national champ. And Brunson gets it again. Point prop got all the way up to 31.5 by tip. And he finishes with 32. So last game, point prop is 29.5. He lands 31. Last night, point prop is 31.5. He lands 32. He has gone over in 4 of the 5 games, and I assure you that will be a popular prop heading into Game 6.
They were chancing Knicks in 7. So for that to happen, that's basically an Eastern Conference bet. Right now for the series, for the conference, BetMGM's calling it minus 375 in favor of Indiana, plus 275 on the flip side with the Knicks. It's happened, 14 times where a team has bounced back from the 3-1 deficit. Clearly, we don't think that's going to happen. I also expect this to end on Saturday, and I'll be taking Indiana to cover the point spread as well, sitting 3.5. This might go to 4 everywhere. I know it's touched 4 at a couple of spots. Do you expect that to happen today or tomorrow?
By tomorrow. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow. I would lay the 3.5 now if you're on the Pacers side. If you're on the Knicks side, you might as well just wait because you could get 4.5. Just wait it out. That's going to be a very popular play tomorrow, I believe, for the Pacers to finish it. And I think we both, without confirming this with you before the show, I think we both are sort of hinting at whoever wins this series is a sacrificial lamb to the Thunder in the finals. That's going to be a very quick finals, I think, at least.
Yeah, it's probably going to suck, if we're being honest. We have to wait until next Thursday for game number 1 of the NBA Finals. But OKC remains a minus 750 favorite to win the championship. The series has not started. We have to wait a week, and they are minus 750. You know, when you first see that number, it's a little bit shocking, but it actually makes sense. Once they lock that spot up, they were at minus 425 before they won that last game. So now you got to bump it up even more. And now this is going 6 or 7. So they're going to be completely rested. An already young Thunder team that gets after you on defense with completely fresh legs. That might be kind of ugly. To start. I'm not worried about them having a lot of rust.
No, I'm not either. The other thing I started to notice yesterday, we're going to talk a lot of baseball today because we don't have NBA and we don't have NHL. So this is a not only MLB, but college baseball Friday. The national media, Baseball America, baseball this, baseball that, you know what they're all talking about? Every national writer and every big baseball syndicate that publishes content is talking about the same thing heading into June 1st. And that's our guy, Jack Caglione. They are all talking about it now. And you alluded to a story on ESPN that Jeff Passan, I think, wrote. Buster Olney was talking about it yesterday. I see Baseball America tweet yesterday, when is this guy coming up? In May, Caglione hit 354, 398, 687. That's his slash line with 10 home runs, and he's striking out less and less. Baseball America is asking, when is he coming up? It is time. Everybody knows it, but the Royals, although they probably know it too.
The price is going up on Jacob Wilson to be the AL Rookie of the Year. And the price is also coming down on Cags because people know this is going to happen. You know, who knows? We might get here Monday and we get the call up Probably going to happen sometime next week. That is our guess with the Super 2 rules, but the number's coming down. So early in the week, as we've been tracking this, everything that CAGS is doing, okay, 40, okay, 40. The best price I see is a 35. I see some down to 25 to 1. But I think Sean Zerillo made a really good point. With the 2-month jump, is it possible? He's going to have to go on a tear with zero struggles because of what Jacob Wilson is doing. And he's going to have to go in a swoon.
We need the Yordan Alvarez type season. That's what we need.
Yeah, he's going to have to snap once he finally gets called up. All right, we'll get to tomorrow's NBA game. Joe O, Sammy P. Oh, McAfee called out as well. That's on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, also on Stadium first hour every single day here. We are here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. Knicks winners last night, 111-94. So we got a series, or at least go into a game 6, and that's what most people were calling. They were saying, the Pacers people were saying Pacers in 6, and the Knicks people were saying Knicks in 7. There were a lot more Knicks people before this series got started, so we'll see if it ends up going back to the Garden. We are on X, the show, bet_sweat, Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, and let's go back to game 4 because this story is absolutely hilarious to me. Game 4, Sam, you brought it up. Pat McAfee in the house, of course, in Indiana for the Pacers game, and he's getting the crowd pumped up. It's fourth quarter. There's like 10 minutes left in the game, and he makes an agreement with the Pacers people. Listen, we're going to give you the microphone. Let's get this crowd going, right? I don't know exactly what was said, but I think that's a fair assumption. Listen to McAfee in the fourth quarter of the game. Remember, this is game number 4, not last night in Indiana.
Indianapolis, Indiana. We got some big wigs from the big city in the building. Spike Lee is here. Ben Stiller is here. Timothy Chalamet is here. Let's send these sons of bitches back to New York with their ears ringing. Let's turn this oh!
So he's doing what McAfee does, right? Like, he's doing the WWE thing. He's getting everybody hyped. You've seen him do it a million times on game day. I don't think people have issues with it, except for Nick Saban, who won't even look at him sometimes. Like, that's what was to be expected, right, Sam?
Of course, that's him to a T.
Yeah.
That is him.
Yeah. Well, not John Cougar Mellencamp. Not John Mellencamp at all. He released, I guess this was an Instagram post that he posted.
An Instagram statement.
Yeah, he put out a statement on Instagram. 73-year-old John Mellencamp decided, you know what? Enough's enough. It is time to speak up and represent the state of Indiana. All right, he puts in quotes, Hoosier hospitality. Here's Mellencamp. I was embarrassed when somebody, under whose direction I don't know, called out some of the people who made the trip from New York to support their team and in turn support our team. The audience booed these people. I'd say that was not Hoosier hospitality. One could say it's poor sportsmanship. I was not proud to be a Hoosier, and I've lived here my entire life. On behalf of most Hoosiers, I would like to apologize for our poor behavior. I'm sure the Pacers had nothing to do with this smackdown. That is John Mellencamp.
I think I kind of like the Knicks now tomorrow after hearing that statement. I think I'm waffling because of the Cougar. He should have started the statement out with, I was born in a small town. Dude, who cares? It's entertainment.
Houses.
It's entertainment. Why is he so upset?
I don't get it. You know, he's 73 and he's old. I didn't know Hoosier hospitality was we have to ask Gertch. He's our Indiana representative. Like, do you side with McAfee or do you side with the Cougs in this situation? Does he represent the feelings of Indiana residents?
I would argue that most Pacer fans hate the Knicks, hate New York, hate the garbage in the street, hate the people. McAfee is more speaking the language than Mellencamp is. Do people actually think that these diehard Pacer fans are apologetic about telling the Knick fans to get your ass back to New York? I can't imagine that's the case.
They hate them. That is a rival. The excitement around this series before it got going was, yes, it is a throwback to the 90s. Reggie Miller's going to be on the call. That's going to be phenomenal. You've got all the 90s Knicks players after the game. They're on court celebrating after the Game 5 win last night. Like, it's bringing all that back, and people, at least my age, like, yeah, this is awesome. It just brings you back to the Oak Tree and some of those players, Rick Smits, of course, Reggie Miller and John Starks, and some of the physicality that has returned to the game a little bit this year, I'd say so, in the playoffs. And it's been allowed. And that got people all jacked up about this series. And here's Mellencamp. What about Hoosier hospitality? Brian Gertch, who works on the show every day, runs our video, says in the chat, Hoosier hospitality, WTF is that? With multiple questions. Marks, I agree. I'd never heard of this before.
No. And I grew up very close to Indiana. I grew up on the east side of Chicago, the southeast side, which is quite literally right up against Indiana, right there in Hammond where the Horseshoe Casino is. I was right across the border. I never heard this in my life.
You're a Gary, Indiana guy, right?
No.
I was there. I forgot why. I was taking a train, and maybe there was a connection there. I had to stay in Gary, Indiana for like 45 minutes. I was like in my 20s. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life.
Real cats?
I had to just like walk around and waste time for an hour waiting for the next train. And I definitely thought I was going to die in Gary, Indiana that night.
Oh, well, that's nice. I'm glad you didn't.
Yes, it's not. When you drive into Indiana, you're going to pass Gary, and let's just say you drive very quickly. Am I wrong on that? Like, you want to get
when
through.
The sun goes down over the water. There's a beach there in Gary, Miller Beach. It's not nice.
Did you work there?
No. Don't bring the family to Miller Beach if you're looking for a good time.
You worked at Rainbow Beach.
Rainbow Beach, yes. Rainbow Beach, 79th in the lake. Don't go there either.
Oh, really? I was just going to say, when's the last time you were there? It might be worth it.
2010, when the cops had to help me get out of there.
You're like, I'm never coming back here ever again.
Yeah, I've been threatened way too many times in the last 3 hours. I need to leave here. Yep. So game 6 is tomorrow, last day of May. Do you think it's the last day of the season for the Knicks? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Last day of the season, last emergency podcast on our feed, hopefully. But yeah, I do think it ends. You got the worst of everything from the Pacers last night. Now, you want to give the Knicks credit. They came out breathing fire, ready to go. Their stars balled out. They got performances from guys coming off the bench, contributions all across the board in their 111-94 win. But you got literally nothing from Halliburton. You got nothing from the others in that game outside of Mathurin. Wow. He was their leading scorer coming off the bench. Another big performance from him. They turned the ball over like they had not done in the series so far. I don't think all this is going to repeat. And if you look at the Pacers' performances at home, very different. And let's go through the game after losses. So last night, this was the 4th loss of the Pacers playoffs, right? If you look at how they rebound after their losses in the other 3 times. Milwaukee series, there was 1 loss in there, okay? After that loss, they're a 4-point dog on the road. In the loss, they score 101. They bounce back and they score 129 to win by 26. Against Cleveland, after a loss, they're a 5-point dog. In the loss, they score 104. In the next game, they score 129 to win by 20. And then earlier in this series, they lose and they score 100. They come back, they're a 3-point favorite, and they put up 130 to win by 9. 129, 129, 130. This fast-paced offense, don't quit. Charles was saying on the postgame show afterwards, like, this team can't play slow. This team can't play slow. Okay, fine. I don't think they're going to play slow. They score 129, 130 after they lose these games, and I think that's going to happen again.
You had an F game from Halliburton, a D game from Siakam. I don't expect those things to carry over going back home. And you also alluded to Siakam yesterday, and you said, I'm going to play his under, or at least look to his under. 15 points. Took 13 shots, only made 5. He was fine, as Joel Quenneville, my favorite coach ever to cover, used to say. He was fine. Nothing. Well, I just gave him a D, so maybe he's less than fine. But fine was never a good thing. Fine and okay was always bleh. And that's what they were. But if you look at the pattern on Pascal Siakam, let's go game 1 through 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 17 points, 39 points. 17 points, 30 points. Last night he had 15. What does the pattern tell us for tomorrow? He probably eats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at the shooting volume too. And that was really the angle there, that after he has a ridiculous game as far as volume, like it really comes back down to earth a little bit. And going back home, yeah, I could see that happening. Why? Why, Siakam? Why did it happen in this game? But yeah, it's going to be different. We're going to get a different performance from Halliburton as well. So the last time Hallie was at home, triple-double game. Let's see. They put it at 20.5. For a double-double, he's minus 120. Triple-double, 29-1. Wonder what it was the other day in that one. Here's what stands out to me props-wise. I'm looking at Pacers, expect them to win the game. And I'm looking at a role player that has played much better in the playoffs at home as opposed to on the road. I'm going McConnell. The number's 6.5. 6.5. He's averaging 11 points per game at home. We've seen those better performances, and I expect that to be one of them coming up on Saturday. So I'm going to play McConnell props over 6.5 points scored.
I should just lay 3.5 now. I don't know why I'm waiting. People always ask, when should I bet this game? I mean, I'm looking at some of the sharpest books in the world right now. Move to 4. That's where we're at. Buckeye, Jazz, Heritage, U-Wager, all at 4. You got Circa at 4. You got Superbook at 4. You can lay 3.5 right now at BetMGM. I don't think we're getting to 3. We're going to 4, maybe 4.5. So this is a bet. If you're on the Pacers side, as we said off the top, you probably want to lay the Pacers ASAP. If you know you're going to bet it tomorrow, just bet it now. Put it in now at minus 3.5. That way, if it does land 4, you're going to win and not push.
Yeah, just wait if you're on the Knicks side. You might as well just wait.
Yep.
So we always get Knicks money, right? It seems like that's been the case, right? That's going to come at some point. But I think you're right. It's probably going to end up closing 4. Is it going to go past the 4? I would guess not. But you're saying chances are, even if we go to 4, and even though there's probably going to be Knicks money coming, maybe more public money, it's not going to get back to 3.5. Once they all go to 4, they're probably going to stay there, right?
That'd be my guess. I'm looking at the minutes count right here. Let's look at the Knicks minutes last night. Bridges 34, Anunoby 34, Towns 36, Brunson 34, Hart 34. Does the fatigue kick in? I mean, that's not exactly 44 minutes, 46 minutes at a 48-minute game.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what happens to the Knicks. The fatigue does kick in. These guys have played a lot of minutes. I'll probably play the Brunson under tomorrow as well. What's that? I mean, I haven't looked this morning. I'm going to guess it's in the low 30s as it was last night. It got to 31.5 by tip-off. Brunson point prop is 30.5, and MGM is going to tax you minus 120 to go over. They know you're going to bet it. They know that's what you're thinking. Brunson's got to be the best player on the road. The books are going to need the under tomorrow on Brunson for sure.
The over's getting hit as we speak here. Big time. So at first it looked like it was going down, and it was. During your last comment, I look up, I see Circa at 218, and then 10 seconds later it goes to 219.5. That's where Pinnacle was. I don't know if they're following Pinnacle or whatever, but there is money. After it went down a couple of points, now there's money this morning coming in on the over for tomorrow.
I just laid 3.5 for those wondering.
Yep.
I did it right now at 9:35 a.m. Eastern. For tomorrow's game, I laid the 3.5 with the Pacers.
Yep, I like it. That makes sense. We're expecting another bounce back performance from the offense, from the team in general. Complete dud. It kind of felt like, are they really waiting for game 6 too? They want to make sure they get this done in front of their home crowd. We think they will tomorrow. Again, that number 3.5, those are going away. So if you agree, we recommend betting it sooner rather than later, because otherwise you're going to have to lay 4, possibly even 4.5 tomorrow. You don't want to do that. Joe, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats coming up next. We've got today's MLB card. Some interesting series popping up this weekend. Also, the AFC West preview, top of the hour. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. I always recommend people listening to that. You can take it with you in the car as well. And we've got YouTube and Twitch, the BetMGM Network pages. We are live here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, right here on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sammy P. And Sam, we've got a full MLB card. It felt like baseball kind of wasn't around yesterday. It was so damn short. We had, 4 or 5 games. And it was just like, okay, I guess baseball's here, but kind of not really. I guess there was one milestone to discuss, and it's Chris Sale, the quickest ever to 2,500 strikeouts. And so I looked at the all-time list like, okay, man, Sale's been around forever. I remember you did as well. You covered him with the White Sox, been in Atlanta for a while. He kind of changed the way he pitches, and he's still finding ways to get it done. Cy Young winner last year. I wonder where he is on the all-time list at 36 years old. He's 40th. He's 40th in strikeouts. If he doubles this, what he's done, 2,500, quickest to that mark ever, he's still not at Nolan Ryan. Still not even there at 57-14. But it did have me thinking, I wonder how high on this list he's going to get. I do expect him, barring injury, to crack the top 10.
It makes me a little upset because on Wednesday, I was ready to bet against Zach Wheeler, remember? And then that game got bonged because of the weather. Phillies were a favorite against the Braves, and then they scheduled a doubleheader tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. I guess it was yesterday. But on Wednesday, they scheduled a doubleheader for Thursday. And I didn't even think about it going against Wheeler. I wanted to on Wednesday. But then when you see double headers, I don't know. I'll speak for myself. I try and stay away. Weird things happen during a double header. So I didn't fire against Wheeler, but I wanted to. And that was a guy who came in with a sub-2 ERA at home in Philly at the bank. Yep. And Braves win 9-3, split the double header. Phillies eke out a win in the first game. Braves win the second. But the other part of that series is that Smith-Shawver is out for probably a long time with an injury. Was it an elbow, I think? Jake was texting me yesterday. I believe it was an elbow injury for Smith-Shawver. And, MLB.com. AJ Smith-Shawver placed on IL, and the quote was, "It doesn't look good." He took a line drive right off his right elbow, off the bat of Bryson Stott, and that was what Brian Snitker, the manager, said after the game. It doesn't look good. They're calling it a strained right elbow. I guess we'll find out maybe today how long he could be out, but that is not ideal as somebody who just bought Brave stock all weekend long over the holiday.
Yeah, 1 week ago we sat here and we were very excited about the return of Acuna. He homers Friday, homers Saturday, and we're still kind of waiting. Like, the timing wasn't ideal. He returns against Philadelphia. You had San Diego last weekend, so they lose 2 of 3. In both series. Schedule's going to lighten up a little bit. You get Boston this weekend, then Arizona, San Francisco, but also not easy matchups either. So maybe it's going to take a little bit longer than expected. They do get Colorado, Miami coming up in early June, which you would expect them to eat then, but we're still kind of sitting here waiting. When are the Braves going to turn that corner? That was a big series during the week. Now, heading into the weekend, there's no doubt that the big series is the Yankees and the Dodgers. Big series. All eyes will be on this one, and it's Fried against Gonsolin today. The road team, Sam, is favored. It's not like a coin flip, just a few cents here, a few cents there. I'm seeing a lot of spots minus 135 range, so the Dodgers are home dogs.
I saw this from Joe Osborne, who is going to join our show, ironically enough. He tweeted 2 hours ago at JTFOZ, Dodgers a home dog for the first time in over a year tonight, coming in against Max Fried and the Yankees. The last time they were a home dog was May 5th last year against the Braves, who ironically enough started Max Fried. LA won that game 5-1. I'll bet some Dodgers tonight. Why not? That's late. Friday night, 10:10 Eastern. I'll be buzzing. I'll be boozing. Yeah, I'm betting the Dodgers. Why not? Why not?
Fade Freed just backing that Dodgers offense. That would certainly seem to be the angle there. Any other game that stands out that you know that you're going to have a piece of today in Major League Baseball?
Whew, I'm looking at this price on the Astros. They opened, I thought, a little high, and it's been shoved higher. So Houston with Valdez, the lefty, opened $1.60. I see $1.70 and $1.75 in the market right now. So they're betting a big number on a Houston team that's been okay, but I would never in this spot lay $1.70 or higher. BetMGM $1.70 right now. Houston at home against Tampa. I didn't really like much. I'm laughing because the Cubs are starting undecided today. It's a 120 game. My favorite game to cover as a young reporter was the 120 Friday game at Wrigley. Cubs and Reds. Cubs are starting undecided according to my odds logic screen, and they're still $1.70, $1.75 against Abbott.
All right, let's talk about this one. I'm a little confused here. Okay, so the expectation, I see some people believe it's going to be Colin Ray, but there's nothing official. There's nothing on Cubs Twitter. And as you mentioned, if you look at the odds screen, you're not going to see a name next to the Cubs. But again, they are minus 175 favorites. So you have undecided, and it's, if it's Ray, he's really struggled against the Reds. I'm talking last 86 at-bats, they're hitting 314 OPS of nearly 1,000. And then you've got Abbott, who's been terrific this year, a 1.77 ERA. But we don't expect that to continue. If you look at some of the underlying metrics, we're talking about an xFIP of around 4. So he's like stranding 92% of runners. Eventually, that's going to come back down to earth. The ERA is going to shoot up, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen today. If it is Colin Ray, you've got guys like Dela Cruz, 6 for 13, a few extra base hits against him. I kind of like some runs in this spot. As far as the wind at Wrigley, always worth bringing up. It looks like it's going to be moving more side to side, 10 to 15 miles per hour. So it's not blowing straight out. At least that's what it is right now. But Sam, being in that press box, you can look at the forecast and it can say it's going to go one direction or the other. And then all of a sudden it can flip and it changes the game. I'm sure some people that when you notice that happening at Wrigley where the wind shifts, people just hammer the over.
Oh, people used to text me. I'd be sitting in the press box. I remember Todd Furman used to text me, "How's the weather today? Where's the wind going?" And sometimes it would shift, but the total would always dictate exactly what should happen. I mean, this is a very 50-50 total. We've seen some totals this year at Wrigley. There was a Cub game when Imanaga was pitching. Can't remember if it was Cubs Brewers or Cubs. I can't remember who it was. I was flying to DC to hang out with some of our teammates, and that was a Friday 120 game. The total was 7. And you're thinking, oh, that's low. And the final score was 3-1 or something. And then earlier this month, early May, there was a game on Friday, 120. Again, these are very unique games, the Friday 120 game. The total was 11.5, and the final score was 9-7. The high totals at Wrigley are decidedly high for a reason. The low totals are low for a reason. This one's sort of right in the middle at 8.5.
Yep.
That's an average Major League Baseball total in 2025.
Yeah, for sure. Abbott's last start was Saturday against the Cubs. He went 5 2/3, good performance. 1 run on 6 hits, playing to his number, that 1.77 ERA. But it's worth pointing out that 15 fly balls in that game compared to 4 ground balls. If that wind shifts at Wrigley and he's giving up the air ball, boy, a bunch of those can come out. Your favorite guy, PCA, he might knock one out. If it's a foot off the ground, he might take one out of the ballpark. So, yeah, I'm going to play the over 8.5 in that game. I think both starters could get roughed up, and we know that Cubs bullpen, not one that you want to depend on too much. I know our guys over at Circa are going to be in attendance. They were in town last night. I believe they're going to be in Wrigleyville. They've got some stuff going on there. Did you sign up for the Grandissimo yet? Did you do it?
Not yet. I was actually going to text Mitch and see if he would front the bill for the
got it.
$100,000 contest. Yeah, I thought Mitch would sign off on that, no problem. I picture Mitch driving them right now, and Derek and Mike are sitting in the back, like nobody's sitting in the front with Mitch. That's what I envision. I know Mike Palm is a big Cub fan. He grew up in Iowa, watching a lot of Cubby games on the Superstation. How about a Cubs Dodgers money line parlay plus 240 at BetMGM right now?
Oh, you like the Cubs? Okay.
I like undecided. Yeah, I love betting on undecided. It's one of my favorite.
It looks like
pastimes.
Ray. Everywhere I look, it looks like Colin Ray, who's had a pretty good year. Not great history against the Reds, but he's had a pretty good season. Both starters have had that. I'm not as sure as you are about the Cubs. I'm not, but let's see. If I'm going to mix it up with something, does it surprise you that Atlanta's minus 185 with Holmes? Like, they're just all fading Giolito, huh?
Giolito's awful.
I know.
Guy. My old guy, Lucas Giolito.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be in that rotation much longer in Boston. And I did see this stat yesterday. This was before the Red Sox game yesterday. Since winning the World Series in 2018, the Red Sox are 484 and 484. 500 on the nose. 484 and 484. That is not a guy that is fun to bet on. You know what's going to happen. He's going to walk some guys, and then he's going to give up a double or a triple or a homer. So no interest in Boston at a big price. I'm going to do that parlay, though. And I think Mike Palm should tail. Dodgers, Cubs. I think that's a winner today.
Speaking of your guys, Sean Burke was scratched. So it's the lefty Schuster going for the White Sox at the O's.
Oh,
it's not
barf.
too often.
Barf.
Not too often you've seen the O's as 220 favorites. What? Am I betting the White Sox? Absolutely not. But man, Baltimore minus 220. Ooh, that's rich.
Here's your daily Rockies update. We have 5 seconds. Rockies are catching 280 on the road, plus 280 at the Mets.
Nope. Nope. Just got swept by the Cubs. All right, we're going to break down the AFC West. Yes, the Chiefs division that they've owned for quite some time. Do they have the same stranglehold on it? We'll discuss on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. And Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hour number 2, it is Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. Joe O, Sammy P. We're going to talk a little football here before we get to Joe Osborne 20 minutes from now, and then we'll talk some hockey at 10:40. Chris Meany will join us from NHL.com, getting you ready for the Stanley Cup Final. You got the rematch between the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. I also can't wait in the final hour of today's show. We're going to get to a clip from Bo Jackson, who was on a podcast with Marshawn Lynch. Very, very good stuff. We teased this earlier in the week, I think on Wednesday. I cannot wait. I clipped it myself. That's how strong it is. I went out of my way to clip the audio myself and send it into the crew. So Bo was very, very funny on that podcast. I don't know where Joe O is. Maybe he stubbed his toe and he will join us momentarily. But we're going to talk about the AFC West, which basically begins and ends with the Kansas City Chiefs. That is the team that dominates that division and dominates, for the most part, the AFC. Power ratings might favor other teams, might favor the Buffalo Bills or the Baltimore Ravens. But it's the Kansas City Chiefs every year that find a way to go to the AFC Championship game. It's actually crazier than the stretch that Brady had in New England. Brady never went this many times in a row. So if you look at the AFC Championship game, the Chiefs went in 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. That is the team to beat in this division. And when you look at the rail on our live broadcast, if you're watching on YouTube and X, Kansas City, as cheap as I can remember, minus 125. That is it to win the division. Got to lay $1.25 to win 100. I remember some years where Kansas City was minus 170, minus 200. The love is mounting for two teams. That's the Chargers and the Broncos. They're both around that 3.25 range. So when you look at this market, you might see a cheap price and see Kansas City. Oh, all I got to do is lay $1.25. There are people somewhere that are supporting the second and third team on the board. You got some apple bites, no doubt, on the Chargers and the Broncos to win the division. And this may be the year, given some of the injuries and some of the concerns around the offensive age for some of the guys.
Yep. Sorry, I was arguing with my wife in the yard, and then I look at my clock, my phone. I was like, "Oh crap, I'm late!" And then he went running into the basement. I don't know if you deal with this. Some women can't deal with anything. If there's anything that goes wrong, right now it's the pool. That's the issue in the yard, trying to get that going for the year. And it's like, oh, it's broken. Oh, we gotta get someone out here immediately. Like, you can't problem solve. Everything's on YouTube. We can take a step back, figure out what the issue is. No, it's broken. This is going to cost $10,000 to fix. It's just like, God, let's go 0 to 60 again. Can we do this again? Good Lord. Do you have that issue?
No, because there's no pool at this house. Can I ask a very straightforward question?
Yeah.
How many times, for all the sweat and all the work and all the BS you deal with the pool, how many times are you going to go in the pool this calendar year?
It's a handful of times. It's not for me.
Handful.
Really.
So less than 5.
No, it'll be probably more than 5. But as far as the amount of months, I don't know, it's open 4 months. Probably somewhere between 6 and 10. I don't know.
My dad would bust his ass when we were kids. He would bust his ass. And he used to always struggle with the watercolor. It would be clear on a Wednesday, and it would be cloudy on Thursday. And he'd be like, oh, gotta go to the pool store again. And then he would over chemical it, and then it would be too clean, and you'd open your eyes and be like, ah! So the pool was always a struggle. Yeah. Dad, I can't feel my arms. The pool. He would work so hard on the pool. And we would open the pool around this time, around Memorial Day. The pool would usually be open. And then you'd close the pool early September, give or take, depending on how the weather was in August. He would be in that pool maybe twice in a calendar year.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, plus the summer's also busy, and there's traveling, and you got this going on. You got that going on. It is hard to find time, actually. I mean, the kids will find time. Yay, summer vacation starts today. That's very exciting for me. So, yeah, they'll find time, and they've wanted it. I've spent much of the week trying to clean this damn thing, get it going for the year. So that's why she's freaking out there. But if we're up to her, she'd take it away, the whole thing right now. She doesn't want to deal with any of it. But it's homeowner stuff. It's one headache after another. Okay, what's the next landmine that is going to blow up in my face and cost thousands of dollars? That's the joy of being a homeowner, I guess. Anyways, sorry. That's why I was a minute late dealing with that. But I'm sure some other people.
I wasn't even going to bring it up. But here, let me transition like a true professional here. Back to the Chiefs. Did you see the picture of Brittany Mahomes at the pool earlier this week?
I feel like there's been so many Brittany Mahomes pictures that people are talking about. I may have seen the one this week. Oh, what?
Just type in Brittany Mahomes on X and see what pops up. And you tell me what you think. Just your initial reaction here in real time. Okay. She's standing in front of a pool, and it looks like she's had some work done. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I do remember seeing this. Whoa. When I started to type Brittany Mahomes, you know what the two suggestions were?
No.
Brittany Mahomes swimsuit, Brittany Mahomes implants.
I mean, it's right there for you. Did you see the picture yet?
Yeah, I see. I did see this picture earlier in the week. Yep. the one multicolored dress. She's showing some leg and she's showing some other things. Yeah, she had. Whoa. Okay. So I see, I see another tweet with the transformation over the years. One from a few years ago. That's not her. Oh man.
She's looking good. I'll give her that. But she definitely looks different. And I saw some of the responses like, oh, well, that's what pregnancy does. That's what childbirth does. No, it's not. Not like that. Nope. So knowing that and seeing that picture,
yes,
are you betting Chiefs division?
10th straight year it would be. They've won the division the last 9 years. Am I betting it? I'm boy. I don't recall it being this cheap in quite some time. Minus 125 at a lot of spots. You can get it as low as minus 105 out there. That's the amount of love that we are seeing in the Chargers or the Broncos. I had not considered it, but now thinking about how cheap this price is, I know you're big on the Chargers this year, and you've got two teams with a win total of 9.5. The Chiefs at 11.5. But at this price, Sam, it's tough to pass up because usually we're talking about $3-4 Chiefs as a favorite before the season starts.
At least $172, which I was sort of hinting at off the top. You know, every conversation around the AFC West I want to take to the next level, and it's okay because this is a betting show and we can discuss strategy and all that. I have bet the Chiefs every summer. I do it in August. When I'm at Circa for Bet Bash, I'll probably do it there depending on the price. You look at a team that has been to, I repeat, the AFC Championship game so many times in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the price for them to win the Super Bowl, and it's as big as I can remember with Mahomes as a starter. MGM has 8-1 right now. I bet it last year at plus 550. And then they got to the Super Bowl, and obviously we were Eagles guys as well. I had Chiefs and Eagles. So I was free rolling the Super Bowl, which doesn't happen very often, I assure you. But you look at this Super Bowl picture. Obviously the Eagles are favored because they have an easier path. It's not that their power rating is higher. They just have less roadblocks in the way. I mean, if you put the Eagles in the AFC, they have a similar price to the Ravens or the Bills or the Chiefs. But you look at the board, Eagles plus 650, Ravens 7-1, Bills 750, Chiefs 8-1. If I said, all right, I'll give you $100 right now, and you got to pick one of those AFC teams, Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, right now, what are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, every year I bet on Buffalo, but at this price, I think you would have to go with Kansas City. Is it Buffalo's time? That's going to be a conversation that we're going to have many different times this year. I'm removing Baltimore from that. Yeah. I'm removing Baltimore from that list. That's not for me. And I understand why you would, and they'll have a short price and all that. But yeah, man, put it this way, when I'm making multi-sport parlays, like we did one with the Masters, or we'll do one, I'm sure, again, when we talk about it, you discuss throwing the Indiana Fever in one. You know, when we do that, the NFL team I'm putting in there is the Chiefs because I know they're going to be in the Final Four.
You just need them to get to the AFC Championship. And again, they've done it every year since the 2018 season. The first time I did this, I bet, I want to say 650 or 6.25 going into the 2019 season. And that was the year the Chiefs beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. So that was the first year I did it on Kansas City, just right out of the chute. Going into the season, I got a little Chief stock in pocket. So they win the Super Bowl 3 times, and they get to the Super Bowl 5 times. So this is a bet, you know, for me, it's something that I am so far ahead of because they either win the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl, and then I can hedge. So I'm up. I mean, if I do this every year at 7-1 ballpark, think about the units I've made in the last 5 years with 3 Super Bowl wins and 2 chances to essentially hedge in the Super Bowl, not to mention the year they lost to the Bengals. The Chiefs were a 7-point favorite at home in the AFC title game. So I could have bet Bengals +7. I could have bet Bengals money line. I could have done whatever I wanted holding that Chief ticket. So I think it's silly for me to abandon ship now on a team that has continuously put me in a great spot down the road.
Here's the other thing worth discussing, though. So 1 year you've got Rice. Whoa, look at what he does. The next year it's Worthy. They've only played together a few times. So now the expectation is you've got Worthy and you've got Rice, and you've seen that each of them can be the dude. And you still have Kelsey, and you got Hollywood Brown out there with that backfield and the best quarterback in the world. They're set up to be a much better version than what we've seen over the last couple of years. So there's even more reason to buy the Chiefs, and it's at a very short price there. So, yeah, I get it. Now, has the gap shortened? Sure, I think that's a fair statement. And you get Harbaugh in year number 2. You're getting the guys that he wants on offense. I know you're big on Omari and Hampton. I think you should be. He's got a couple new receivers. Chargers are going to be tough, man. They're going to be tough. And they're going to be built exactly how Harbaugh wants them to be built. And then with the Broncos, we weren't expecting that in Bo Nix's rookie campaign. So what is he going to do in year number 2? And they've improved the defense. They bring in Hufanga on the back end. They draft Barron very high. You still got Surtain. You got Vance Joseph running the defense. There's an argument to be made that Denver has the best defense in the league. So those top 3 teams going to be very tough, and that's how we get to that shorter Chiefs price.
I'll probably take a pop on the Chargers to win the division. Kansas City, when you really think about it, doesn't really need to win the division at this point. You know, they just got to get to the playoffs. I think the urgency is a lot more real on the Bolts side of the fence. And I already played their win total over. You mentioned my bet on Omari and Hampton, offensive rookie of the year. We got 15-1. That number has come down. I'm a big Charger guy this year, but it's more, if this makes any sense, I like the Chargers more in the regular season. And then I default to the Chiefs in the postseason because you got to kill the king to be the king. And you mentioned their offense, which should be healthier, which means they'll be better and more diverse, I guess. You got the best quarterback-coach combo in the league. You have a team that has drafted on defense for the last 3 years and bolstered their D. Not to mention they know how to win in the playoffs. I'm going to do that same bet in August. 8-1 Chiefs, count me in.
And then at the bottom, you've got the Raiders. They bring in Geno. They draft Genty. They bring in Pete Carroll. They'll be better. I don't think you're going to laugh at them every week. They'll probably compete some. So there you go. That's the AFC West. Joe O, Sammy P, our buddy Joe Osborne will drop by with his NBA and MLB bets right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, happy Friday. Thanks for hanging out here. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We bring in our buddy Joe Osborne from over at Covers, JTFOZ, over on X, hitting the NBA and Major League Baseball. Some big series coming up this weekend. We're going to talk about some betting angles involving those. Before we get to the betting angles with the association, Joe O, minus 750 NBA championship. We're still waiting for the opponent for the Thunder, but minus 750. By and large, there have been some cool moments, but by and large, just as a fan of the sport, have you been bored by these NBA playoffs?
Well, it's a little bit dull, and the NBA's had a lot of bad luck too, right? Like the Lakers just completely no-showed in the first round. Then you have Steph Curry goes down in the second round. Some people find, the SGA, free throw hunting, foul hunting, a bit dull. I like watching OKC play. I like watching the style that the Pacers play as well. But I'm more of a hardcore fan. If you're a casual fan, there's probably not a whole lot of interest. Get ready to be knocked over the head with the ratings for the NBA Finals are down so much percent compared to years past. You're going to get a lot of that. So, I don't know. It is what it is. It's not the WWE, right? Like, they can't write the script and have specific teams get to where they advance to in the playoffs. And it's not going to be LeBron and the Lakers and Steph Curry every year. So, this is it. It's, Pacers-Knicks has been a pretty entertaining series. But, you also had the Timberwolves who no-showed in the Western Conference Finals for a second straight year. Speaking of which, can people chill out with the Anthony Edwards, Michael Jordan comparisons? Why do we need a next face of the NBA? Why is that a big media talking point? I don't think it's Anthony Edwards if you want to get into it, though. I'd rather have Luka. But that's just me. Maybe it's like a USA player type of thing. But is Anthony Edwards even that much better than Devin Booker? Like what's going on here?
So it's interesting you bring that up. And Joe and I talked about this yesterday with Pete Crow Armstrong, the guy who is raking right now for the Cubs. And SI put out a story, is Pete Crow Armstrong the next face of baseball? And I'm like, why? Like, why can't we just appreciate what we have? But since you bring up Devin Booker and Ant, I was in a heated conversation yesterday with a couple of my buddies. One of them says that Halliburton is not a top 10 player in the league right now. And then you had another guy say, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So they're going back and forth on Halliburton. And the guy who says he's not top 10 is saying Devin Booker, LeBron. And I'm like, what are we talking about here? Is this top 10 right now, or is this top 10 to build off of? I think it's an interesting argument, but he was throwing out, like, Joel Embiid's better than Halliburton. And I'm like, what? Joel Embiid? Give me a break. Where are you on Halliburton in terms of ranking him against the other stars in the league?
Yeah, it's a big talking point on First Take. Is Halliburton a superstar? And a lot of the guys leaning no. I absolutely lean yes. Like, what do we judge these guys on the NBA so much? Rings, of course, but how clutch are they? You know, people want to talk about how clutch Kobe and MJ were. Is there anyone more clutch in the NBA right now than Halliburton? All these shots he's hitting in the final seconds of the game, buzzer beater, these long distance shots. He's stuffing the stat sheet every night. He's the best player on the team that looks like they're about to advance to the NBA Finals. So absolutely, I'd put him in the top 10 right now. And I would absolutely say he's a superstar as well.
But Joe Osborne of Covers. All right, let's go to Game 6. Knicks force it. Got to give them credit with what they did. We were on the Pacers. We were wrong there. We're going to go back to that Pacers well tomorrow. Plus 3.5 is what we're looking at. What are you looking at? Side total props.
I am all over the over, gentlemen, with the number sitting there at 218.5. This is the lowest total we've seen in the series so far, and it has been a bit zigzaggy as far as scoring goes. 2 games got into the 250s in terms of scoring, and a couple games have barely crossed 200 points, with one of those games being the most recent game, Game 5 in the series. And I do think the number dipping to 218.5 is a little bit of an overreaction. Just 2 games ago, they got to 251 combined points in regulation in Indiana. And the Pacers offense has been fantastic at bouncing back after a lousy performance, after a loss here. They've reached 129 or more points after their 3 previous losses in these playoffs. And it's been higher scoring games in Indiana as well when they're on their home court. 5 of their last 6 games in these playoffs have gotten into the 230s. The series has also seen a lot of free throws, guys. Both teams well above the regular season average, despite playing at a little bit of a slower pace here. So you love to see that. Points being scored when the clock is stopped. So, yeah, I like the over in this game. And, yeah, the Pacers probably pick up the W and advance to the finals as well.
I laid 3.5 about an hour ago. I feel like that's going to morph into 4 all over the yard. And maybe by tip we get 4.5. But Joe and I did sort of lock in on Indiana before the series, and I think it's sort of confirmation bias that we want to pay it off. We want to stamp the exclamation point at the end. It's just a different monster. That's a different team in that building, and I do think the Pacers win. But if they win, they're going to have to get out and run. They didn't take that step last night. They didn't get out and run. They didn't get a lot of points in transition, and they didn't do what the Pacers normally do. And if they get out and run, I think we're both going to hit our bets tomorrow. I'm going to win, and you're going to win on the total.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the strength of the team, all the fresh bodies coming off the bench, and they did typically play at a much faster pace during the regular season. Not so much in this series, with the Knicks kind of counterbalancing that as they play a little bit slower. But yeah, with the home crowd behind them, I think they've been fantastic at bouncing back after a loss in these playoffs as well. So yeah, I think they'll punch their ticket to the finals as well.
So what do we do next? We're waiting on the opponent, but what are we going to do with the Thunder series? Like, is there anything that you're thinking, okay, maybe I'll take Thunder in 5, finals MVP? There's absolutely no value. It's like almost $4 now, SGA. Like, what do you think? What do you think you'll be on once we get there?
Well, if it is the Pacers, I think they can stretch this 1 to 6. I mean, look at how good I know the Cavaliers had injuries and stuff like that, but the Pacers also absolutely destroyed them in that series. So I think they can challenge them, and they do match some strengths with them. Both teams are pretty deep here. Both teams do have the ability to play at pace. So yeah, I think the Pacers could probably steal 2 games. And that one, I still feel that people are kind of undervaluing this team a little bit. But yeah, I would look at maybe Thunder in 6, over 5.5 games potentially. We'll see what that number is set at. But yeah, I think it could be a good over series as well. Of course, you have to wait to see what the number they would set potentially here for game 1. But that's what I would be looking at for sure.
I know you're betting baseball, Joe. What jumps off the board today?
Let's go big game hunting, gentlemen. We don't have a whole lot of like big series in Major League Baseball in May, but we got a World Series rematch going down in Los Angeles with the Yankees in town. The Dodgers, a home underdog for the first time in over a year. The last time they were an underdog at home was May 5th of last season against the Atlanta Braves. Max Fried started for the Braves in that game. He's starting tonight for the Yankees. Now, the Dodgers did go on to win that game, but I think this number is justified. So I'm just going to take the Yankees on the money line. It's down to minus 120 right now. And big advantages everywhere, especially pitching. It's Max Fried versus Tony Gonsolin. Fried is in Cy Young form here, guys. He has a 1.29 ERA. The Yankees are 10-1 in his starts this season. 1 earned run or less allowed in all 5 of his starts on the road. Dodgers struggling a little bit against left-handed pitching right now. Gonsolin has allowed 4 earned runs in back-to-back starts. Yankees are great versus right-handed pitching. Yankees bullpen is in much better form as well. So I'll take a shot on the Yankees there, minus 120 on the road in a pretty big game. And I like the over. Not quite this game won't get the eyeballs as same eyeballs as Yankees Dodgers, but White Sox Orioles, I'll go over 9 in that one. A couple right-handed starters on the bump. Eflin and Sean Burke have both been bad. Sean Burke for the White Sox. He's not allowing a lot of runs. He's allowing a lot of traffic on the bases, though, so I think he's due to get lit up. Surprisingly, both of these teams, especially the White Sox, half decent versus right-handed pitching. And 2 of the worst bullpens in baseball here. Baltimore's bullpen has a 9.05 ERA over the last 2 weeks. The White Sox over 5, so I'll go over 9 in Baltimore.
Okay. Burke, just so you know, Burke was scratched. I think that came down in the last hour, but now you're going to a
Okay.
worse starter. To your point, it's this guy Schuster. He's a lefty for the White Sox, and you bet 9, right?
Yes.
Still 9. Some are going to 9.5 right now. So you get a worse starters. I think you're in a better spot already holding that 9.
I'll check that slip
Yeah,
too. They may have avoided it. Go check that slip and
Oh.
rebet it if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, the White Sox offense has been average, and that's a compliment for them here lately. They exploded for 9 runs yesterday. A lot of it does have to do with the bullpens as well. We're seeing a lot of overs in Baltimore here this season. So, yeah, I will revisit that. I'll check out the starting pitcher there for the White Sox, but I still think I will be leaning strongly towards the over there in Baltimore.
I was trying to talk Joe into a parlay that I was going to sort of build around the Cubs, and I was laughing because as we look at the odds screen right now at 10:30, the game is in about 4 hours from now. The Cubs still don't have a listed pitcher, and yet they're minus 170, minus 175. I'm fading Abbott today. Joe was talking about sort of the over. I think Joe likes the over more. I'm on the Cubs side of the fence in that one. That's the Friday 1:20 Central start at Wrigley Field.
Which way is the wind blowing, fellas? You always got to check
That's the
that. I don't have to
question.
tell you guys that. A couple
Side.
Chicago
Side to
guys.
side
That's my
today.
biggest,
Not in.
my biggest,
Not out.
my biggest pet peeve on social media. Whenever I place a bet on a Cubs game at Wrigley, well, Joe, you know which way the wind is blowing, don't you? The wind is blowing in. The wind is blowing out. As if odds makers don't know this, right? You think that's something that they pay a little bit of attention to when they set the line? So, yeah, no strong feel for that one. But hey, how about those Cubs? Exceeding expectations. I don't think that we'll see what they do at the deadline here. I don't think they have the starting pitching depth to make any sort of serious run in the playoffs, but a bit of a good story for them. I think you guys would probably agree.
Yeah, Imanaga is working his way back. He threw 28 pitches yesterday, so keep an eye on that. It's not a situation where he's going to be knocked out for the season, so he'll make his return, but they still need more. And you're right. In the bullpen, they also need more. We've done some of that this week, passing Memorial Day, kind of like a check-in with Major League Baseball. Any teams that we are right on or we're wrong on, that we like long-term players, awards, stuff like that. Is there a team that it maybe is the Joe Osborne favorite that you think is going to make a move? Like we've been sitting here waiting on the Braves to make their move. We've been talking about them a lot this week. How about you? Anything where you kind of check back in after Memorial Day, large sample size? That's what teams do, where you've got a strong opinion on a team moving forward?
Well, if you want to talk big picture and just like World Series futures, I like the Padres coming into the season quite a bit. They're off to a good start here, 31-23. They're 35-1 to win the World Series here, guys. And as we know, it's not always the best team on paper that wins this thing. Once you get into the playoffs, it can be a total crapshoot in Major League Baseball, and they have been a tough opponent here for the Dodgers over the past couple of years. So I don't mind that bet. The Phillies off to a great start. I think the Phillies could be very active at the trade deadline. I feel like it's not quite now or never for this Phillies team, but it's getting close to that. A lot of this core, a lot of these guys are in their 30s now, so the window is not, about to shut on them. But this might be their best opportunity. This is a team that's come up flat in the playoffs. So I think the Phillies, it's going to be tough to get by the Dodgers. But like I said, complete and total crapshoot for Major League Baseball once you get into the playoffs. So those are a couple teams that I'll be interested to see down the stretch of the season and into the playoffs.
Let's get you out of here with your Dolphins. Win total 8.5. Early thoughts. Over, under.
Oh, the vibes aren't high for us Dolphins fans, guys. The positive part of my brain, though, I was thinking about this. The positive part. So the 3 years that Mike McDaniel and Tua have been together, they've been right there every season in terms of playoff contention. They've gotten in twice. Last year they finished 8-9. But I don't know, man. I think that this is going to get worse before it gets better. Meaning that the wheels could completely fall off. They're going to have a lot more competition within the division this season. The schedule is not that difficult. They should have an opportunity to get off to a good start. But I feel like Tua and Tyreek, they're ticking time bombs for completely different reasons. Tua, it's because of the injuries, who I still think is a pretty good quarterback. I do think he is judged unfairly. And Tyreek's a ticking time bomb because of just all the nonsense off the field. He's at the very tail end of his prime. He's been beat up a little bit too. So I would probably lean under on the Dolphins. I hope that they can surprise me here a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better for the Dolphins. And I wouldn't be surprised at this time next year if we have a new regime in there in terms of GM and head coach and maybe even quarterback. We'll see if Tua can stay healthy here this season.
Check out Joe Osborne, Covers.com, JTFOZ over on X, sports betting content and strategy at Covers. Good stuff, Joe Osborne. We'll talk again soon. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Joe O, Sammy P on the other side. Let's talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. Our guy Chris Meany is going to drop by now that we have the matchup all set. That is next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We go from one Canadian to another. Now, Chris Meany is joining us to talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs. We have our final matchup all set. He of NHL Fantasy and Edge Stats for NHL.com. Follow him on X by his name, Chris Meany. How you feeling, Chris?
Feeling pretty good, guys. Happy Friday. Always appreciate the invite. Stanley Cup Finals and a rematch, as you alluded to. So it doesn't get much better than that.
I disagree, actually, because I bet the Dallas Stars every game in the last series. And I told Joe yesterday, I said, I don't even expect to win this bet, but I have to make it on the Stars. And they went down 3-0 almost right away. And I guess it's just this realization that Edmonton can overcome a lot of deficiencies defensively. Not that they're this awful defense, but their best defenseman is out. Their goalie has been very up and down, and he was pretty good for the majority of the series. But 97 looks possessed right now. He is playing like the best player on planet Earth, and it's tough to beat that guy and that team when he's clicking like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, taking a look at some of the edge stats over at NHL.com, you see the 33 speed burst of at least 22 miles per hour, which is 19 more than the next closest guy. And Rupe Hintz checks a lot of boxes as well in terms of speed burst. And you can see on that goal, which was really the turning point of that game where Dallas finally got a goal, looked like they were going to get back into it. And then McDavid, a breakaway pass and he's gone and Hintz couldn't catch him. And, McDavid still controlling the puck and dekes out Casey DeSmith, which I thought was an interesting choice from Pete DeBoer moving on from Jake Ottinger. And he was pretty honest about why he did it after the game, saying like the track record last year, the Oilers beating the Stars in the Western Conference Final, and Jake Ottinger struggling in that series and struggling in this one as well. And yeah, McDavid, the 9 points in 5 games. He has 2+ points in 9 games. Just 2 games in these playoffs where he hasn't hit the score sheets. Remarkable to think about. 7 games with fewer than 2 points, but the 9 with 2+ points is remarkable. He does look like he's a beast anyways, but he does look motivated. Maybe the year of McDavid. Of course, he had the game-winning goal for Team Canada at the Four Nations face-off as well. So yeah, I was with you on Dallas. I thought the Stars would have a bigger push. At 5-5, their offense just wasn't there. I know Jake Ottinger struggled, but even last night on home ice in a must-win situation, 14 shots at 5-5, 4 in the second, and just 4 in the third at 5-5. And they really didn't get anything offensively. They did have more attempts and high danger chances and scoring chances than the Oilers in this series, but they were outscored 13-5 and 5-5. Jason Robertson had 4 goals, but Mikko Rantanen had a quiet series. Matt Duchene, Mason Marchment combined for 2 goals in 18 games in the playoffs. These are the reasons why we like the Dallas Stars and their depth, but they just didn't get a whole lot from their secondary guys. And a couple years ago, the Oilers beat you by scoring 5 or 6 goals. It's something they had to do. But tight checking defensively, their PK hasn't been great in these playoffs, but they've been sound at 5-5. Mattias Ekholm returned last night. That's a huge boost for them moving forward.
We've had a number of conversations about how even this is, how tough it is to pick a winner throughout the playoffs. And now we're down to the final 2. And let's call it a coin toss, because that's pretty much what the betting market is saying. Okay, a few cents here. Seems like a little bit of support on the Oilers early on, but it's a flip of the coin. Do you agree with that between the Oilers and Panthers?
I do, yeah. And if you look at the Oilers and their run, they lost the first 2 games against the Kings, 12-2 cents, took care of Vegas pretty easily, took care of the Stars pretty easily. They deserve to be back in the Stanley Cup final. And the same sort of deal with Florida, right? I mean, Tampa was a hot pick by a lot of people. They took care of the Lightning in 5. The Leafs pushed them for sure to 7, and then they take care of a Carolina team, I think, pretty easily. So they're deserving as well. And if you look at last year, I know Florida went up 3-0 in that series, and it looked like it was over. That went 7 games. And again, I'm a big believer in 5-5 numbers. Special teams, sure. Sometimes the whistles get put away, and you can't really rely on your power play. You want to score when you get there, and the Oilers are certainly operating on the power play. But last year in that series at 5-5, the goals were 14-14. The Oilers had 1 more shot at 5-5 than the Panthers, and Florida had 2 more high danger chances. It was a very, very even series. The under in 4 of the 7 games. Edmonton, I thought, learned something as the series went on and it got deeper from games 4 through 7. They outscored Florida 19-7 in that series. No, Zach Hyman is a big deal because he plays a lot like he just does a lot of things, right? He wins a lot of puck battles. He throws his body around. He had a game in the series against the Stars where he had double-digit hits. So he plays a lot like some of the Florida Panther players. So not having him in the Stanley Cup final is going to be a big loss, but I do agree with the odds. I do believe it's a coin flip. But the biggest difference, I think, between this year and last year is, hey, the Oilers are going to start with home ice advantage. They had to start on the road in Florida. And I'm a big believer in learning how to lose before you learn how to win. So I really like what I'm seeing from Edmonton, but by no means I don't expect this to be easy. I think it'll go 7 again.
I think the Conn Smythe conversation is very simple. If Edmonton wins, it's McDavid, which we all expect. And then if Florida wins, man, it could be like 4 or 5 guys, including Sam Bennett, who has 10 goals this postseason, and he's 40-1. Marchand changed their entire season around with the overtime goal against Toronto, changed their entire postseason, and has 14 points. He's 60-1. Is it a dumb idea to think down the board if you like Florida to win this series?
I think even if you like Edmonton, why not like a couple sprinkles consider some of these Florida players, as you just alluded to? I mean, Barkov leads the team in points of 17, but he's going to have a tough task of trying to slow down at least McDavid or Draisaitl. He's one of the best defensive forwards, if not the best defensive forward in the NHL. We know what he can bring to the table offensively, but I look at some of those other matchups. You mentioned Bennett as somebody that we've been talking about over at NHL.com/fantasy since the end of the series against Toronto. At the time, I believe he was 50 or 55-1, the 16 points, right? So he's going to get some of those better matchups, I do believe, and him and Tkachuk starting to click. I thought they woke up, especially Matthew Tkachuk. He's probably not 100%, didn't play a lot of hockey, any at all, out of the Four Nation faceoff before the Stanley Cup playoffs. So, he's going now at 16 points. Carter Verhaeghe's a guy that scores goals in big situations. We've seen it numerous times over the past couple of years as Florida playing in their third straight Stanley Cup final at 14 points for him. And then Bobrovsky, he's got the .912 save percentage, 2.11 goals against average. He's 12-5, 3 shutouts. And, if you project Florida to win, you got to feel like he's going to have to steal a couple games, right? And last year, you could have made a case for him winning. Panthers won the Cup. McDavid still won the award. So it's tough to go against Connor McDavid. He had 40 points roughly last year. He's got 26 here. But, I would say Bennett is a good number. I would probably rank them Bobrovsky, Bennett, and I like your Marchand call because that third line has been very, very good with Luostarinen and Lindell. So those 3 guys, if they can take advantage again of softer matchups, which they have done over the first 3 rounds, Brad Marchand's been here before and he showed up under the bright lights and big stages. So I like that call quite a bit. And I'll just throw out one more. Like, it could be Leon Draisaitl, right? He's just at 1 fewer point than McDavid. We know what he's capable of. He could score 5 or 7 goals in a 6 or 7 game series. And, McDavid could have a few assists, but how big are those goals from Leon Draisaitl? Does he finish with more points than McDavid? So it's not a slam dunk that it'll be a McDavid, but certainly he deserves to be the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, McDavid, he's even money. And then Nugent Hopkins is third of all of the players still going in points, and he's 180-1. Like, that just tells you the gap between McDavid and everybody else. And Nugent Hopkins has 18 points. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I find this handicap such an interesting conversation. And I agree with the Florida side, looking for some value over there. Is there any way the voters do it again? Is there a scenario Florida wins and they give it to McDavid again?
I mean, it's certainly possible. He had, I think, 2 4-point games, I believe, in games 4 and 5 before getting shut out in game 6 or 7. Like, that's the thing. Like, he didn't pick up a point in game 6 or game 7, and his team lost the Stanley Cup, yet he still won the award. But, he was electric throughout the entire playoffs, and he's been good throughout this these playoffs as well. But I think more so last year, he needed to do certain things. Like the Oilers, I thought faced a lot of adversity throughout the playoffs last year. I didn't really think they faced a whole lot through this run, apart from being down 2-0 against the Kings. And you could hear in his voice, talking about the depth of the team, like Corey Perry, 40-year-old guy, 2 goals against the Stars. You mentioned Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. He had 9 points like McDavid and Draisaitl against the Stars, and such a long shot to win the award. I think it's certainly possible because, he's just on another level, and he just seems to be motivated. And again, I'll go back to learning how to lose before you learn how to win. You think of Wayne Gretzky's first Stanley Cup appearance in 82, 83. He lost to the Islanders. The very next year played the Islanders, and they beat the Islanders. How about Sidney Crosby? His first Stanley Cup appearance in 2007, I believe, against Detroit, lost to the Red Wings. The very next year played the Detroit Red Wings and took care of them. So I am a big believer in learning how to lose before you learn how to win. You can see it across other sports. The Eagles against the Chiefs. I know that wasn't, a next following year rematch, but there was just a couple years there, and a very similar squad on the Philadelphia side. You can go back to the Cavs and the Warriors. You guys talk NBA all the time. How about, I know the Warriors won 3 of those 4, won the first one, but then the Cavs won that second one before Kevin Durant joined Steph Curry and company. So, there's a lot of instances across other sports where, you see that rematch and you know that what you gave, it didn't work. So adjustments there. And I think the Edmonton Oilers are an approved team. I think they're a little bit deeper, and they're getting secondary scoring up and down their lineup from Perry, from Kane, from Nugent Hopkins. So Hyman misses last night. Jeff Skinner steps in, scores a goal. So I really like their depth, and, Stuart Skinner deserves a lot of credit. So he's playing pretty good. But yeah, to answer your original question, it certainly could happen again. Like McDavid could finish with 12 to 13 points. He loses in 7 games. And what you guys talked about, Florida's just so balanced up and down. There's not like a guy that really stands out for the award. It certainly could happen, but I think we'll see Edmonton take care of Florida this time around.
Final 10 seconds, I guess. Yeah, I was going to say, I guess we should get the official prediction here. Who wins how many games?
I think Edmonton takes it in 7. I do think this is going to be a 7-game series. Should be highly entertaining.
Oh, that'd be a good one. Chris Meany at Chris Meany on X, NHL Fantasy and Ed Stats, NHL.com. Check him out throughout the final. Thank you so much, Chris. We'll talk again sometime soon. And next hour, let's go and find out where the room is at for Game 6 tomorrow in the NBA. Joe O. Sammy P. Another hour with you before the weekend right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O. and Sammy P. on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. Thanks for hanging out on this Friday. Sam on X at SP Shoot. I'm here at Joe Ostrowski. We're going to find out where the room is at for NBA. The NBA bets are coming in early for game number 6 tomorrow. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Again, maybe there's an emergency podcast, possibly. I saw not an emergency one, but a normal podcast pop up, a chicken dinner one on my feed this morning. Did you do some college baseball? What'd you hit last night?
Oh yeah, we had the boys on from NCAA Insiders, and these are the guys that gave me North Carolina before the season to win the whole thing at 20 to 1. They're currently about 9-10 to 1, had a dominant season, won the ACC. They are clicking right now. But the common theme was we were basically trying to build a parlay of teams to win their regions. And Vanderbilt is a very popular pick. Vanderbilt's about minus 270. I'm being told that is a surefire bet. So we're parlaying Vanderbilt with Carolina, Vanderbilt with Arkansas, Vanderbilt with North Carolina, Vanderbilt with Texas, things like that. So it's a good episode with two guys who bet this sport every day. And then, of course, our guy Corby, who never had veal in his life until he went to Vegas with us. Corby jumps on at the end and just, you never, it's like, it just takes off. You never know where he's going to go.
Did he discuss a pre-dinner?
No, but actually, it's funny you bring that up because the place we went to dinner, one of my favorites, one of my dad's favorites, he took me there when I was a kid, and he's been going since they opened. It's called Piero's. And if you Google Piero's Las Vegas, they've been in the news as of late. Can I read you? Let me just read you one headline. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
It's tough. So here's a headline from KLAS 8 News Now in Vegas. Las Vegas restaurateur pleads no contest to harassment charge following shooting threat. That's the restaurant that I go to all the time. So, yeah.
Wow.
That's where we're at. Yep.
Oh,
Gun
man, there's
violence.
a lot going on here.
There's a lot. Loan fraud, shooting threat, owner threatened to shoot up restaurant. You see it. That is
the son of the founder accused of loan fraud.
Yeah, he borrowed, allegedly, I want to be careful here. Allegedly, he borrowed $1.5 million against the business, and nobody knew. And there are a lot of rumors about what was going on, but that is my favorite restaurant in Vegas. They do that veal chop parmesan. Corby got the ossobuco, which he didn't like. It was like Dumb and Dumber. It was basically a scene out of Dumb and Dumber when one of the guys asked the waiter, "What's the soup du jour?" And the waitress goes, "It's the soup of the day." "Oh, that's lovely. I'll have that." Corby goes, "What is this ossobuco?" "That's the veal shank." That sounds good. I'll take that. And then after he puts the order in, he goes, "What did I just order?" I'm like, "Don't worry, you're gonna be fine." It's a very good dish, but he had no idea what it was, and he didn't know what it was after he ordered it. But shout out Piero's. Maybe some things going on that aren't great, but the food is sensational.
Okay, so how do you feel about returning on your next visit? I assume you're going to go in a month or two out to Vegas. You've talked about it. Get your bets in, enter your contests. How are you feeling right now about making a return visit? At least right now.
Oh, I'll be there. Okay. I'll just bring some muscle.
Good.
Yeah, I'll have a bodyguard or something.
Don't go by the window. Can we not have a window seat? I don't know if there are windows, but yeah, somewhere in the back, very far away from the front.
What is the ossobuco? I'm like, oh my God, who brought this guy? Who invited this guy?
Pure comedy relief. That's why he was invited. That man, we got to have him back on this show. I don't know what he's doing right now. He's betting baseball, right? I assume.
Yeah, he's doing well in baseball. But see, he's one of those younger cats. I know we're going to go into the room eventually, but the game's tomorrow, so we got time. I just decided. Corby is in that next wave of bettors that grew up, in their early 20s. It started to get legalized, and these kids could do more than we could ever do. I mean, when we were 15, 16 betting in high school, you could bet the side or the total or the money line. That was it. And guys let you parlay. You could do teasers. That was back when teasers were minus 110. The local guy would give you minus 110. He didn't know any better. Now the books are like, minus 140 on a teaser. But we couldn't bet. Like, kids don't understand. We couldn't bet guys to have over 1.5 total bases. We couldn't bet on guys to home run. We couldn't bet on strikeout props. And Corby gives a lot of that stuff out. It's the whole Prize Picks underdog wave of betting, where I want to take 5 things in a single game, 5 players, or maybe 3 or 4 players, whatever. You want to bet a guy to homer, a guy to have, 2 hits, whatever. He does a lot of those like total bases props. He does a lot of outs too, like pitcher outs, which we could never bet. Yeah. We could never bet that in the early 2000s, late 2000s. We couldn't do that. And then 2018, obviously, PASPA gets struck down, and now everybody's going hog wild on props and all these different ways to bet. But he does the derivatives and does very well at it. The issue for me is I can't get down on that. I can't bet what I want to bet on that. So if he gives me a first 3 inning bet, I can't bet it. Like, I can bet maybe $50 on it. So he does a lot of that individualized, centralized player prop betting, and good for him. We didn't grow up that way, so I'm not gonna, just not me, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I mean, I've dabbled in the prop market, but I've realized that it's not my strength. And maybe part of it is because growing up, like you mentioned, we didn't bet into that. I also am not interested in constantly laying on these props on assists or rebound, whatever the prop is, like minus 160, minus 170, and these run quickly. But you mentioned it's hard to get down on, but he's a sharp better. He does find a way, right? I mean, he got creative. I remember that. I thought it was a really interesting conversation how he was able to get creative involving the anthem, because he had a lot of good information on the halftime show and the anthem, right? I think it was both.
Yeah.
But more so the halftime show.
He's probably got 30 outs, though. I don't need 30
Yeah.
outs. I know myself. That's a disaster waiting to happen. If I had 30
Right.
places to bet, no. Bad idea. I know myself. If I have a bad night, that's not something that I need in my life. I don't need 30 accounts all in the red. Like I just don't
No.
need that. Corby has the ability, though, to network his bets. So, and I've made some bets for him as well. I mean, that's the reality. But he is very, put it this way, he didn't have that streak that we had when we first started, when we were probably both awful, and learned how to accept failure and learning how to win by learning how to lose. He just studied the math and found the edges, and he's been attacking them since he started. So it's a very different way that Corby came up in the space and how we came up in the space. But he did actually text me. He loves the over in the Phillies game, which opened 9. Now it's 9.5. Pinnacle's 10. So I'm guessing he was part of that move off the 9. But he's feeling some runs in Philly. That's Brewers and Philly, 6:45 first pitch. He's on the over. He said even 9.5 is fair. So that's what he's playing, at least one of his bets today.
Yeah, I get it with that pitching matchup. A lot of 10s out there already. But so we know what direction that one is certainly heading in. But what direction is the room going? Game 6, Saturday night. We get the Knicks and the Pacers. It goes back to Indiana. The Pacers, a 3.5-point favorite. I know this was heading to 4. Taking a look at where we're at right now, we're still in that same spot. BetMGM is at 3.5. It's a juice 3.5. And the market is split right now. You can, let's call it a juice 3.5 in most spots, or you can go to 4. Indiana, the favorite. So we expect that to continue to climb right now. But we do have some information on the most popular player props early on. I think this will be just interesting to look at. These numbers that we have on Friday morning, late Friday morning, I don't expect to be the same numbers once we get to tomorrow, Sam. I mean, these look we'll go over them to share because we always do, but I don't think you should take too much away from these. How about you?
I can't believe that Brunson isn't on this list, to be honest with you. He's gone over his point prop in 4 of the last 5, which the influencers eat up. Love the 4 out of 5 trends. Oh, this is hitting 4 out of 5. He is not on the list, at least as of now. But I agree with you. I tend to think this will get shaped into form mostly tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, because we are well over 24 hours away from tip-off. That is an 8:00 p.m. tip Saturday night in Indy. So we are, 24, 32 hours away, give or take, from tip. There is no way the room is spoken for yet. I would argue that these honestly are sharper bets a day ahead, right? The public's not betting the day ahead. So these are bets like Karl Anthony Towns over 1.5 assists minus 160. That's probably a sharp bet. Neesmith under rebounds, that seems pretty sharp, I guess. I mean, these are bets coming in the day before the game, and those are generally not $25 public bets, if that makes any sense.
They're not betting Brunson over on points. They're not betting Halliburton over on points. These are other stat categories. So here's the official list. Number 5, Siakam, under 3.5 assists at -155. So Siakam under assists. When you think Siakam, you don't think assists. You think about points and rebounds, but it probably is a sharper play there going under on assists. Number 4, Miles McBride. This is the only points one. Miles McBride, over 5.5 points. Not much juice there. Number 3, Halliburton. Let's go under on assists is what the room is doing so far. Under 10.5 assists at -135. So assists, points, assists so far, Sam.
Yeah. I don't feel the need to jump in and fade any of these aside from the McBride one, which I probably will fade. That one's funny. It's always interesting when Miles McBride over 5.5 points is where the room is at. But again, these are not extremely public bets the day before the game. So I'm not exactly in love with fading any of these. Do you know? I'm gonna kind of shift out of here unless you have anything else on these NBA props. I found something.
Let's just add the top. Just the top
Okay.
two. Number 2, Aaron Nesmith, under 4.5 rebounds. That's juiced a bit. And then the most popular prop early on is Cat, over 1.5 assists. That is not public. Over 1.5 assists for Cat. Not points, not rebounds, assists, and that's at -160.
I only want to fade McBride. So that's where I'm at. And again, the list will be updated tonight, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, and that will be a better idea of where the room really is. Apparently, Joe, the room is betting Sydney Sweeney, and the room wants Sydney Sweeney soap. Did you see this story on the internet yesterday? Probably not. So
I saw something
apparently
floating about Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, but go ahead.
So this is an account that I follow on X. Very good account. Juju, at AYEE Juju, Juju. Sydney Sweeney is selling 5,000 bars of soap that contain drops of her own bathwater. And that is a real thing.
Drops? Like, what?
I don't know how you do that. I'm not a soap guy. I don't know how soap is made. But it's a limited edition Squatch soap called Sydney's Bathwater Bliss. And there are only 5,000 bars available. Apparently, she took a bunch of baths and they kept the water and they turned it into soap somehow. And the early report is they are almost already sold out.
Come on. Is this serious? Yeah, I see it
Yes.
now. So it's
very
not
serious.
a liquid. It's a bar of
No, it's
soap.
a bar. It's a bar of soap that has drops of her bathwater in it.
What is wrong with people? Oh my god. Oh, so what are they? Dr. Squatch, is that the company? They're
Yeah.
pretty expensive as far as soap goes. Have you used them?
No.
What's your soap? You haven't gotten the bathwater bliss?
I
You
use
a
my
dumb
own
guy?
bathwater. I don't need Sydney Sweeney's bathwater. I'm good.
I'm also a grown-ass man. I'm not taking a bath either. That's a whole nother thing. Joe, Sammy P. Some intriguing. This Bo Jackson story we've got to get to. We've been
so
doing it all
good.
week. We'll do it next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. BetMGM Network.
Why would Jake Hassan think that we're going to rip him with the Sydney Sweeney bathwater droplets in the bar of soap? Yeah, maybe he would be. Maybe he'd be a candidate to get one of the 5,000, which is apparently already sold out. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats on a Friday. This is the BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll get to lightning bets coming up in about 20 minutes. Bo Jackson stories are legendary. That was one of my favorite 30 for 30s. Maybe because growing up watching him, whether it was, baseball or football, and then eventually landing with the White Sox at the tail end of his career. I'm about 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away from something in the south suburbs of Chicago that is called the Bodome, which you can see from miles away. It's this big baseball training facility with Bo Jackson's name on it. So, his effect's still being felt in 2025. But the stories on him, man, especially when he was in Auburn, like people just eat it up. Like, there's no way that's true. And Sam, I know there's something Bo related that you wanted to get to coming up here, right?
So he was on the Get Got Pod. That's the name of the podcast. The Get Got Pod. It's Marshawn Lynch and Mike Robinson. And the quick backstory on the clip, I know Kenny's going to rip it for us here. It's a longer clip. It's about 2 minutes, but it's a really good story. I suggest that you listen and stay here. You will stay here. I know you will. So this is a game in the late 80s. Raiders are at home against the Cardinals, and the Raiders are 5 yards away from their own end zone. And they're trying to eventually get out so they can either punt or, ideally you'd like to score, but they're at their own 5, and they're up against it. Against, at the time, I believe, a pretty decent Cardinals defense. So here's Bo Jackson talking with Marshawn Lynch and Mike Robinson. I laughed the entire time. Rip it, Kenny.
We were down on our 5-yard line, so I'm thinking about 95 yards. I'm gonna bust it for 95. And I don't know this brother's name. There's a linebacker. This brother had muscles in his breath. Hey,
I ain't never heard that one before, dog.
You guys are laughing, but I'm serious as a heart attack.
Yeah.
This brother had muscles in his breath. I didn't see him. Let's tell him. It's always the ones that you don't see that get you.
You're right.
That you get got. And there was an off-trap play to the weak side. Counter-trap play. And I'm going to go off tackle. I got to the time position, and I'm going to cut back 30 degrees to split the linebackers. Homeboy feel that hole. He hit me on the 6 and dropped me on the 2. I never saw it. It was like me running out in front of an 18-wheel. I'm not kidding you. He hit me, dropped me on the 2. Then this brother helped me up. He said, no, bro, get up, man. We're in the Coliseum. But my boss is up in the box. I got to put on a good show for him. Come on, let's get back to the hall. Next series, Jay Schrader called that same play. I looked at him like, have you lost your f***ing mind?
You trying to send me back in there?
Listen, we ran that play. Bo didn't cut back on it. Because I knew what was over there.
Yeah.
I kept that outside and got 26 yards.
Yeah.
No. It only takes once.
It only
You ain't going to touch that hot skillet but once.
That's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Man.
You ain't going to touch that hot skillet more than once.
Yeah, I didn't know he was so quick with the sayings. That was good. All right, when you think of Bo, like just playing as an athlete, like what are the flashpoints that quickly go to your brain? Because there's like, when I start thinking of him in that Royals jersey or that Raiders jersey, there are a bunch that just boom, boom. He's one of those guys just filled with moments, right? That you think of. Like they always run with the highlight reel when his name's mentioned.
I think about him snapping a baseball bat over his thigh more than anything.
Yes.
I mean,
That was
he
one
would
of
take a
them.
bat. He would take a bat and it would just incinerate on his leg. So if he struck out, mostly looking, like if he got rung up looking, he would take that bat and that thing would buckle over his massive thigh. That's the first thing I think about, which isn't really fair because it doesn't do him any justice how great of a dual sport athlete he was, football and baseball. I guess play-wise, in terms of highlight reel stuff, I think about him. I think he's with the White Sox at this time. Or actually, no, you know what? I think he was a Royal. He had a couple throws like this. But the throw where he picks the ball off the outfield wall and throws the ball all the way to the plate to cut the guy out at home. He throws it about 330 feet on a line from, I think, left field. It's an insane throw. Like, nobody makes that throw. And it didn't even look like he even tried to throw it. That's the crazy part. He had a couple throws with Chicago as well. He played a little bit more right field, I think, at that point. So the throws were more to third base. Guys would try to go first to third on him. But that throw, I'm pretty sure he was in Kansas City. And he just whips this thing from the wall all the way to the plate on a line.
Ooh. So I'm watching. This is awesome because this involves the White Sox. I'm watching a highlight right now. Kansas City Royals, if you're on YouTube, Kansas City Royals, Bo Jackson throws out Carlton Fisk. He's going after, it looks like this. Yeah, that's like the left center gap. His back is to the infield. He leaps, makes the catch, slams into the wall, quickly turns around and throws it from the left center wall on a line to first base to double up Carlton Fisk trying to get back to first.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's insane. My buddy Mark, who I grew up with, went to high school with, and we're still friends to this day. He will constantly send me YouTube videos of outfield throws. He loves. He can watch a guy throw somebody out at the plate or at third. He could watch it for hours. And he'll constantly, like nowadays, clips are more, short. So you can get like a 30-second video because the attention spans aren't what they used to be. But there's a video on YouTube. It's called, I think you just YouTube outfield throws. It's Vladdy, Ichiro, Bo, Dave Parker. Like these guys are just throwing missiles from very far away. And you know the results, but still the throws are unbelievable. He is the biggest outfield throws guy that I've ever met. And he could watch it for hours on end.
That might be the most exciting play in baseball. Honestly, if you think about it, that is much more exciting than a home run. And I'm trying to think what other kind of play could test that. Just everything how perfect everything has to be. Your setup has to be perfect. You start chopping the feet as you're getting close to the ball. You're getting in that throwing position. You catch it in the right spot so you can get the quick transfer. You got your body weight perfect. You've got to hit the line. The catcher's got to make the throw. And you got to be fast enough and get the strong enough arm to get that guy that's going as hard as he can, 90 feet, as soon as you catch it. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good one. Those are fun for sure.
Yeah. If you go to YouTube and just type in outfield throws, the first video has 8.9 million views.
Really?
It's simply titled Greatest Outfield Throws of All Time. The best arm, I'm trying to think now, because people always say they love when we tell stories. I mean, I covered baseball on both sides of town. I was at a lot of home games over the years. I was there 2012 to I left for Vegas in 2018. So that's a pretty decent sample size of games and players and all that. I saw every player from every team. The guy that had the best arm that I can remember was Puig. Puig had a freaking howitzer. I mean, he made, and he's in that video too. You know who else had a pretty decent arm was Cespedes. Cespedes had a pretty good arm too. But I remember Puig threw out, I think it was Jordan Danks. Jordan Danks was on third. And somebody hit a ball to medium right field. And I'm just watching Puig, like he's drooling. He hasn't caught the ball yet, and he's drooling. And he catches it, takes one hop, and he had Jordan Danks out by 10 feet. I mean, it just like he was dead to rights at the plate. Puig threw an absolute strike, probably 95 miles an hour, and it was like 8 feet off the ground or less. It wasn't a rainbow. It wasn't a lollipop. It was a line drive, like Joe O throwing darts against Gertz to win the game. Bullseye. right on the money. And Jordan Danks like tried to run out of the baseline and run around the plate to touch the plate, and then they cut to Puig, and Puig's doing the Mutombo. No. Puig had a rocket, and he was fun to watch in the outfield.
Yeah, he did. I'm probably thinking of these names because you could see the biceps ripping through the jerseys with a couple of these guys. You said Vlad is on that list, right? Of the YouTube video. Man, his throws from right were ridiculous. Like, you wanted it to happen. I dare you to test the arm, because when he would wind up and let it go, it was a rocket, just a rocket launcher. Another one, which probably underrated, Colorado Rockies. Larry Walker had a gun too. You didn't want to test him trying to tag up and getting home. Man, Griffey could gun it. I know he wasn't as big and strong as those guys, but I mean, he was so athletic. He could throw it anywhere. I remember seeing him gun down guys down at third base from deep in the outfield just a number of times, just on pure arm strength.
Griffey, I could talk Griffey all day. Griffey was my favorite player as a kid. He was the best. I mean, he could do everything. He was every skill you need, he had it. And the ground, I mean, there's audio. I talk about Griffey all the time because I've seen these stories and watched these videos and all that. And I researched Griffey a lot when I was younger. There's a story where Jay Buhner is talking about playing right field with Griffey in center. And he's like, it's the easiest job in the, like, I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to do anything. Like, I guard the line and Griffey's got the gaps. Like, it's very easy to play right field when you have Junior in center. Because Junior could cover, he could go left center, right center. He would play mostly straight up too. He was a straight up. A lot of those teams didn't really shift back in those days.
No.
You know, shifting wasn't that popular. Griffey played mostly straight up, and he would get into the gaps routinely. And we all know, like, you know, jumping over the wall, kicking up, grabbing balls, robbing home runs. Man, Griffey was something else for those that don't know. I'm sure most of our audience is appreciative of what Griffey did in the outfield, but if you don't, there's an afternoon. Go watch some Ken Griffey footage. He was unbelievable in center field.
Sweetest swing I've ever seen. He just as sweet in the field. Like, how many times you would see him end an inning? Like, you got a dead set gapper. And to your point, he would cover so much ground, running as hard as he possibly can. Outstretched, he would always make that play every single time. We were just talking about Bo. Here's another one that, if you haven't seen the highlight, if you watch MLB Network or you're a big baseball fan, you've seen it a million times. But maybe for younger dudes that didn't watch Bo Jackson like we did with the Royals, look up Bo Scales the Wall in Baltimore. That's one of my favorites too. Deep fly ball, makes the catch. Instead of slamming into the wall or trying to change his body direction so he avoids the wall, he goes right for the wall and climbs it. He climbs the wall like it's a rainbow, and he heads back down. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else do that. Just shows you how phenomenal of an athlete he was.
But the crazy part is that Bo was built like a linebacker, but he ran like a sprinter. You know, he ran like an Olympic athlete. So it was very difficult on the football field to bring him down. Very difficult. I mean, he told that story, muscles on his breath, whatever, he got laid out. He did that more to other people than other people did that to him. I mean, that's the reality. And you want to talk video games? There is not a better video game player than Bo Jackson in Tecmo Bowl. The greatest of all.
I know. It was awesome. Like, it was cheating. Like, oh, come on, you can't use the Raiders because of Bo. And your buddy would, if they have Bo, they'd go backwards, like 50 yards, knowing they could mess with you and you can't tackle him, right? Boom, left, right, up, down, do what? Oh, we're in the end zone. You're going to get me for a safety? Really? 10 guys diving and missing, and then he goes 100 yards for the touchdown. That was always a fun exercise. Babe Bo Jackson and Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, well, you probably did that a lot in Madden 04 with Michael Vick, too. Don't lie.
Oh, yeah. All those dudes. Who else could you do it with?
McNabb.
Yeah. Yep. McNabb was pretty good. Pretty good, too. Was it Christian Okoye in Tecmo Bowl? He just runs over everybody.
There's a name I haven't heard. There's a name I haven't heard since I was a little girl. Wow.
All right, on the other side, Sam pointed out one of the dumbest bets I've ever seen. We'll explain. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Bets with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets. A few minutes from now, heading into the weekend. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. All right, here we go. Is this a dumb bet? Yes, it is. I asked that question because you know the answer. We'll explain in a minute. I get looking for value. I totally get it. We're always looking for big numbers. But sometimes you just got to look at it and say, I'm literally just taking a lighter to a stack of money. But some people are fine doing that. Some people are fine betting on an offensive lineman to be the Super Bowl MVP because they would have to score a touchdown or so. I don't know what they would have to do for an offensive lineman to be the Super Bowl MVP. As bettors, sometimes we just get too infatuated with numbers and using value. Oh, well, if you bet a big number, you just say value and you can get away with it. No, you can bet a big number and it's not value. Because it's never going to happen, but people get away with it in this business, Sam.
We're talking about your guy, right? GRP.
Yeah, you alerted me to this. So apparently there was a post out there of an account that covers sports betting, I guess. You know, when bets are made, they think people are interested in betting a little to win a lot. So they cover a lot of those stories. A lot of times potential parlays that could hit with this one more win, and they'll go and follow them around with them watching the game and with social media and all that. So this account tweeted out, somebody out there really hates the Bills this year. Laughing emoji. The bet was someone in Illinois put down $100 on the Bills to have the worst record in the NFL. 750-1 are the odds. Worst record in the NFL. Worse than the Tennessee Titans. Worse than whatever team you want to throw at me. Raiders, whatever. Cleveland Browns. Bills' worst record in the NFL. The payout would be $75,000. And we have a quote tweet from the culprit, George Riley Panagakis. On this show, he was Mel Kiper for Halloween. George made the bet. He's the Illinois bettor that put down $100 on 750-1 Bills having the worst record in the NFL this season.
It is such a bad bet because there's a very realistic chance that they are quite literally the opposite, that they are the best team in the NFL. Regular season. This is a regular season bet, right? So, oops, knocked my phone over. Whatever, nothing good there. He was celebrating that this account was essentially making fun of him. And I think George followed it up by saying this has a really good chance if Josh Allen gets hurt. That's his handicap. If Josh Allen gets hurt.
That's the only handicap.
Even if it's Trubisky, they could win 6 games.
You start with Baltimore, they could lose that game for sure, right? Okay. And then look at the schedule after that. I can't even believe we're even having this conversation. Jets, Dolphins, Saints, Patriots. Like, you're right. If Trubisky steps in, whoever the quarterback is, let's say it's a league average, below average quarterback, they're still going to win some games with that talent that they have. I know Josh Allen is a lot here, but just that idea of the handicap. Well, if the quarterback gets hurt, can't we say the exact same thing about any team in the NFL? What are the Chiefs if Mahomes gets hurt? We've seen the Bengals when Burrow gets hurt. They're one of the worst teams as well. Like, that's why they ended up having a very high draft pick. They had awful quarterback play. You could say that about any team.
Is this bet worse than Penei Sewell MVP of the Super Bowl?
No, it's not. It's not worse because I know Josh Allen would have to get hurt immediately, probably in the first game, for it to even have a little bit of life to where you think I'm in a good spot here. But the Penei Sewell MVP, there's no stat for him. Unless he somehow scores like 2 touchdowns, he's not the MVP. And he's viewed as a great offensive lineman. Like, I don't know what the case is, and I don't care what the number is. The Super Bowl MVP is not going to an offensive lineman. He can be a great player, but he's never going to win MVP as long as you have touchdowns being scored.
When I saw that bet, I almost fell out of my rocker when he bet Penei Sewell to win MVP of the Super Bowl before the playoffs even started. A wild bet. I mean, but that's George, though. You know, it's something that grabs your attention, and here we are, us mopes, we're talking about it, but it's not going to win. Here I am buying up Buffalo Bills to win the AFC East stock, and George is betting them to be the worst team in the league. Pick your fighter and choose wisely.
That's why it's hilarious to us, because you've taken your stand. Let's parlay Bills to win the division with a lot of different stuff, and then George comes over the top and he brings this wager. That's why it was top of mind for us. That's why it's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, it's as bad of a bet as you could make. If you think about the worst bets that you can make right now in the NFL, I think we'll look back and say that could be the worst one.
I hope it's in the team photo. That's for sure. It's in the team photo with a lot of other bets, I'm sure.
Trubisky MVP a few years back when the Bears were getting all that hype. That was one.
Oh,
remember he was
Trubisky, and then they did it. Then they did it with Fields. They bet them both.
Danny Parkins was talking a lot about both of those bets on 670 The Score in Chicago. Yeah, the Trubisky one, it was bet down from 50 to 1 to 20 to 1 before a game was played that year. Just so ridiculous. That's what I hate. Can't have nice things. Bears fans, they just, got to bet. Let's zoom. We got a new head coach? Super Bowl. No, there are steps. There's a lot of work to do. That's just not how it works, but that's how NFL fans are. All right, Sam, heading into the weekend, what do you have for your lightning bets?
Favorite bet is Pacers to win tomorrow. I guess lay 3.5. I mean, I did that earlier. I'll probably have a bigger bet on the money line. I'll do both. I'll do Pacers to win and Pacers to cover. But for this show, let's go Pacers minus 3.5, which I would bet yesterday because it's got to go to 4 eventually, and then we'll see if it comes back or not. But you got a bunch of books, Circa, South Point, a lot of offshores already at 4. You could lay 3.5 right now, BetMGM. So that's my favorite look. And I'm going to do this parlay with the Cubs and the Dodgers. It is plus 215 right now at BetMGM.
All right. Very good. I see our buddy Joe Fortenbaugh is trying to tell Stephen A. Smith, don't get too excited over the next Game 5 win. I don't think Stephen A. is having any of that. He's not having any of that. So you know what they're doing today. Yeah, Knicks in 7. Yeah, they won that one game at home, the desperate spot that they needed. We are in agreement here. It's the Pacers. It's the Pacers in 6. They close it out tomorrow, and then we have to wait for the NBA Finals to start until Thursday. Indiana minus 3.5. Those that are still out there are not going to be out there very long. So that's my favorite one heading into the weekend. And then elsewhere, I do have a smaller player prop I do like in that game. McConnell's played well at home. Let me go over 6.5 points for him. Baseball today. We've talked about that Cubs-Reds matchup. It looks like Colin Ray for the Cubs. I'm going over 8.5. Abbott is not this good. Not this good. And that's going to turn around. I think today's a good spot for it. So over 8.5 on the runs. And let's go Jose Ramirez to hit a home run for the Cleveland Guardians. Yeah. Let's go plus 550. I was looking at Matt Olson because of his history. He's got 4 homers in 10 at-bats against Giolito. But the problem is you have no value there. Plus 300. So, look, if you're fine with 3-1, that might be worth something. But Ramirez, similar history against Soriano. He's got 3 home runs in 10 at-bats, and we get plus 550. So I'm going to go with Ramirez there to go yard.
I like that. That is a Friday fung bet, as they used to say on Boers and Bernstein. Friday fung. I have an update on the Patriots and Stephon Diggs if you want. We got a couple minutes to kill here.
What? So go back a little bit. I know not everybody saw the story. What did he get busted with? What picture was seen and all that?
I don't know what it was, but he was passing out pink powder to girls on a boat.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. Don't know. But according to ESPN, the Patriots are aware of the video in which Stephon Diggs flashed an unidentified pink substance while surrounded by 3 women on a boat, according to head coach Mike Vrabel. Vrabel communicated with Diggs, who was not present at OTAs. And some people are like, well, it's the summer. It's fine. I don't know, man. That team is so surprisingly sexy, and now your number one receiver is passing out likely drugs on a boat. I know it's May, but I don't know that that's a good thing. I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah. Someone resurfaced, put this out on social media, and I saw it making the rounds yesterday. And it was when Diggs was with the Vikings. And, you know, sometimes with those team websites, they're looking for content, so they do fun stuff like, let's ask the players this question or that question. And sometimes they have the players be the reporter. Well, it was one of those videos that was with the Vikings that they put out there. And they were going around the locker room asking different players, who's the player on the team you don't want dating your sister? Everybody said Stephon Diggs.
Oh, man. Really?
Everybody.
Right away?
Yep.
Bang,
they
bang?
were all like, Diggs.
No hesitation?
Diggs. It was a compilation of like 15 guys saying Diggs. No doubt Diggs. That doesn't look good.
I mean, if you think about it, they kicked him out of Minnesota, kicked him out of Buffalo. He doesn't stay very long, that guy.
Yep, not looking good for him. So we'll see what happens. New England Patriots getting a lot of love. Bears, Patriots win totals over. Those have been the 2 most popular bets very early on in the summer. Joe O, Sammy P, we'll both be back here Monday morning. We expect the NBA Finals to be set, and we'll be here to talk about it right here on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we're off and running hour 3 of the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. It's a Friday morning good time edition. Thanks for being with us. Coming up in our final 60 minutes of content.